Okay, that way didn't work from one link, but I think I used the general participation one. So once we get going, I'll try again, but I'll pay attention so we can start on time. Is everyone, council members, everyone ready besides me?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning, the time is now 8:30 and I would like to call the April 22nd, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility, April 22nd, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Marcy Grail.
Present.
Kent Howe.
Here.
Hanley Jenkins. Cindy Condon.
Here.
Perry Chalktooth.
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have the following, Mr. Secretary, are there any agenda modifications?
Madam Chair, at this time, I do not have any agenda modifications.
Thank you. I have the following announcements. Please mute your phones, and if you're joining us by phone and receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For those signed on to the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. For agenda item D, public comment period, there are two ways to let us know you are interested in providing comments to the council. For those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. For those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. We will go over these items again during that agenda item. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says sign up for emails updates. You are also welcome to access the online project mapping tool and any documents by visiting our website. Please note that the audio and video of this meeting is being recorded and may be posted to the council's website following the meeting. Energy Facility Siting Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times, consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meeting are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. So at this time, we would like to move to the consent calendar, and we will be seeking approval of the February 25th, 2022 meeting minutes. Everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes?
Yep. Chair, this is Hanley. I move that
Yes,
we approve
yes,
the minutes
Hanley.
as presented.
Thank you, Hanley.
I'll second.
Thank you, Kent. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Kent Howe.
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins. Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Perry Chalktooth.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I will just say that I will absolutely be depending on staff and anyone else too for those wishing to speak, because I clearly can't see anything at this point. So I apologize for that. At this time, Mr. Secretary, if you'd like to present your council secretary report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to first start with staffing updates. So on March 30th, I sent council members an email indicating that Chris Clark is our new senior siting analyst. So we've been looking to fill that position for a little while. He formally started in the position on April 1st. I'd say it is, of course, for us, a mixed blessing, and I'm sure for council as well. So we're very happy to have him become our newest senior siting analyst, because I think he'll be great in that position. His learning curve will be short, but It also means he'll be moving away from doing the rulemaking. He's done an excellent job in the rulemaking, gotten a lot of projects completed and been very kind of inclusive, and I think just done an excellent job. So it is certainly a mixed bag for us. But just so council knows, Chris is the appointed rulemaking coordinator. So just because he's moved positions, that hasn't changed yet. Council will actually need to appoint a new rulemaking coordinator at some point in the future. And as we seek his replacement, we have begun that process of seeking his replacement. Chris will still continue to keep the rulemaking projects that are currently active going, and he will still officially be the council's rulemaking coordinator. So just wanted to make sure you all knew that so we weren't falling behind. So his transition will be really related to how long it takes to get a new rulemaking person on board. So we'll start working him on projects, but he'll continue to do rulemaking projects as well. One other recruitment. So we are currently recruiting for a limited duration compliance officer position. So somewhat similar to Dwayne's. We've actually had the ability to recruit for that position for this biennium and last biennium. We've not done that because we didn't have the foreseeable work for many of the people within the division. We're largely fee-based, so about 75% of the funding for all of our position comes in from fees. So we have to have the forecast that we actually have the workload necessary to have those positions or fill those positions. So we currently have a lot going on. There's a lot of construction going on for projects, and so we definitely have that forecasted need for the compliance officer. We're also making the request for next biennium for that position as well, because we see at least for the next year or two beyond this biennium, the need for that position. So I'll keep you up to date, but we are still just sort of at the beginning stages of the recruitment for that position. Any questions before I move to project updates?
Okay. Secretary Cornett, this is Kent, and I just not a question, I just like to echo your comments about Chris. He did an absolutely fantastic job on the rulemaking projects that he worked on. Couldn't have been better. It was fantastic.
Thank you. And Chris is on the line, so thankfully he can hear all these nice things that people are saying about him. So, and they're all heartfelt too.
Thank you all very much. I'm looking forward to that.
Chris, now you get to wear two hats.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Howe. Moving on to projects. So the first is the Port Westward Renewable Diesel Project. So on Wednesday of this week, we issued a draft of a proposed order, slightly different than the draft proposed order because this is, there's really just the proposed order kind of requirement, but we issued a draft of that for public comment. So the project is capable of processing 50,000 barrels per day of renewable biomass feedstocks, would be located in the Port of Columbia County at Port Westward. The applicant is seeking an exemption from FSEC. So what that means, we haven't had one of these for quite some time, but there are certain projects that meet certain requirements that they can make a request to not have to get a site certificate from FSEC. And this is one of those projects that at least theoretically can meet those requirements. And so that's essentially what's happening is they submitted their request for exemption. We're in the process of reviewing that, and ultimately it will come to council. So the authority for that exemption or exception, as it's indicated in statute, there's a slight difference in wording, is allowed under Oregon Revised Statute 469-320, and then in rule, it's Oregon Administrative Rule 345-015-0350, and those indicate the types of projects that are allowed to request exemptions, and then the steps and the requirements for each type. So in order for this type of project to meet an exemption, they have to show that they meet 5 specific criteria. And those are the source of the materials for conversion to a liquid fuel. And I'm not going to go into the details. We'll spend more time on that next month. I'm just kind of giving you a preview. So that's number one. Number two is that they've received local land use approval. Number three is that the project does not require a transmission line or a pipeline that itself would qualify as an FSEC jurisdictional facility. Number four is that 90% of the fuel that is produced will be used within 1 mile of the production site, or it will be transported from the production site by rail or barge. And then finally, there is a specific emission requirement that they have to show that they meet as well. Again, not getting into the details of this, we provided that notice to council. I believe it was on Wednesday, and all of the details are in there. So the applicant is Next Renewable Fuels Oregon LLC, and then the remaining timeline includes we sent out the notice with a comment period, or a written comment period. So the deadline for receiving written comments will be May 11th. And then May 13th for our production cycle for the next council meeting will be the first packet. So we will turn around those comments and then make any necessary updates to the proposed order and send those to council on May 13th. May 27th is the next council meeting. So we will present an overview of the project, the requirements, and if you feel you have enough information at that time, you can make a decision. If not, you can certainly continue it to a future council meeting as well. But that gives you just a kind of an overview of the timeline. And Wally Adams is the project lead for this review. Any questions on that before I move to the next one? Okay. The next update is the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project. So on Tuesday of this week, we issued the draft proposed order. The project is a combination facility, which includes 340 megawatts of solar, I wrote that down wrong. I think it's 340 megawatts of wind, 260 megawatts of solar. I may have flipped that. And 120 megawatts of battery storage. The facility is proposed in Northwest Umatilla County. Nolan Hills Wind LLC is the site certificate applicant. They are a subsidiary of Capital Power Corporation. So the draft proposed order public hearing will occur at the next council meeting on Thursday, May 26th, starting at 5:30 p.m. And that'll be at the Red Lion in Pendleton. And Kate Sloan is the project lead for that project. So we sent that to council as well. So all of the details associated with the DPO are available to you, as well as the application materials are all on our website. So any questions before I move to the next project? Okay. Next one is the State Line Wind Project. We just received the request for amendment number 7. So the project is an operational wind energy facility consisting of 2 geographic units, State Line 1 and 2 and Van Sickle 2. State Line 1 and 2 is composed of 186 turbines with a peak generating capacity of 123 megawatts. And then Van Sickle 2 unit consists of 45 wind turbines with a peak generating capacity of 119 megawatts. The project is located in North Umatilla County. The certificate holder is NextEra Energy Resources, LLC. So amendment number 7 is specific to the Van Sickle 2 unit, the 45 turbines. And if you recall, council recently approved amendment number 6 to repower that facility and add battery storage. Since that approval, the certificate holder has reevaluated some of the specifications associated with the repowering and has determined that they need to make some changes related to the minimum above ground blade tip clearance and the hub height associated with those wind turbines that were approved for repowering under Amendment 6. So it's really, if they had known that during Amendment 6, they could have included that, but because there's some alteration, It is really just sort of a continuation of Amendment 6, if you want to think about it that way. And we just received, well, along with that amendment request, they have requested type B review as well. So we have the amendment determination request. And since we just received those, we are just beginning to evaluate them. Sorry, got to move a little bit. My lights are going off. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay. There's a Oregon Public Utility Commission rulemaking that we wanted to make you aware of. On March 31st, the Oregon PUC issued a notice of proposed rulemaking for changes to its rules regarding certificates of public convenience and necessity. So these are typically referred to as CPCNs. And these are included in their rules at Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 860, Division 024. So a CPCN is an additional approval needed for the construction of an overhead transmission line that requires condemnation of land. So if all of the landowners where the transmission line are going to go are willing sellers of an easement, then a CPCN would not be needed. But if there are landowners who are not willing to provide that easement, to enter into an agreement with whatever the company is, to provide that easement, then the CPCN is what grants that sort of condemnation authority. So, well, it doesn't grant condemnation authority, but it serves as the evidence in a condemnation proceeding that the transmission line is public use and necessary for public convenience. So sort of a step to allow the utility to go through those condemnation proceedings. So the proposed rule changes revise and expand requirements for filing a CPCN petition. They clarify and distinguish the review criteria and clarify the process that the PUC will use to ensure that the proposed transmission line will be in compliance with statewide planning goals. And so specifically for FSEC, the proposed rules provide that the PUC will accept a CPCN petition while the council's review of an application is ongoing, but will not take final action until the council has issued a site certificate. So to kind of explain that a little bit, our process takes some time, the CPCN process takes some time, and then ultimately, if they want to go through those eminent domain proceedings, those take some time. So the proposal is that utility, prior to the conclusion of a site certificate by FSEC, the utility could start the process with the PUC because, again, it takes some time. So it gets them ahead of the process, but the PUC won't conclude because I think one of the issues there is there's no guarantee what the conclusion of the council will be. And so they certainly couldn't issue a CPCN prior to FSEC decision because they don't know what ultimately would be approved or denied based upon an FSEC site certificate. So these rules haven't been looked at for some time, and that's why the Public Utility Commission is looking at them now. So next Tuesday, the 26th, the PUC will hold a special meeting to discuss the rules. And then later on, I believe at 1 or 1:30 that day, they will have a public hearing. They will also have a second public hearing on May 24th. And then the last day to provide comments will be June 7th. So if council members are interested in learning more about this, we'd be happy to put an agenda item on May so we can walk through this in a little more detail than I'm providing today. But if you are interested in that, please let us know. And like I said, we can add that agenda item and walk through a little more detail as to what the proposals are.
Anyone have any opinions on that at this time? This is Chair Grail.
This is Hanley. I'd like to see it on our agenda for May.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Cindy. Sorry, no. And I agreed, like on the agenda, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear on it. So the PUC process really doesn't have any impact on our process, but our process has impact on the on what the PUC is doing. Is that correct?
Well, I would say for the CPCN, that is a correct evaluation, but I would make alter a little bit the question because so for a transmission line like Boardman Hemingway, we have a need standard. Council has a need standard for transmission lines and pipelines. So in order for there are two standards that a transmission line could meet to meet the need standard. One is the least cost plan rule, and then the second is the system reliability rule. The least cost plan rule, essentially the rules allow for council to rely upon the determination by the Public Utility Commission that the project is needed. So that's paraphrasing a little bit and sort of minimizing it. So for Boardman Hemingway as an example, they've made arguments that they meet both of those rules, but they're relying upon the integrated resource plan that they have approved by the Oregon Public Utility Commission, which says the Boardman to Hemingway project is, effectively, probably not approved is not the right term, but acknowledged for construction in the IRP for the PUC. That allows us to rely upon that as justifying that particular standard is met, or at least that portion of the standard is met. So there is some integration between us and the Oregon PUC where, they go first, we go second, they go third. And so these all kind of interrelate, and maybe during our May presentation, we can walk through that part of it a little more clearly as well.
Thank you.
So hopefully that wasn't too confusing the way I described that.
Marcy, this
So
is
I think-
Hanley.
Yes, Hanley.
Todd, I think you mentioned that part of the rule changes proposed by the PUC is compliance with the statewide planning goals. Are they going to
Yes.
depend on us to do that evaluation?
No. I don't know, maybe Chris, if you want to, Chris has tracked this rulemaking a little more than I have. I don't know if you have a response to that, Chris. If I don't have a good response to that right now, Councilmember Jenkins. But
maybe
we'll
it's
certainly
something.
be prepared to talk to that in more detail in May.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councilmember Jenkins, I can say, I believe that their rules already require the PUC to find compliance with the statewide planning goals before they issue a CPCN. For an abstract jurisdictional facility, they would be relying on the site certificate to demonstrate that under, I think, both the existing and the current and the proposed rules. For local jurisdictional projects, they currently rely on land use approvals issued by the county, and I think there's some changes to the proposed rules and how that works in this rulemaking.
I think one of the issues that they're struggling with is some counties require all landowners to be signatories to the application in order for a project to move forward, and so that puts the utility a little bit in a bind if not all the landowners have signed on to the application. They're trying to resolve that catch-22 is, can that project move forward, lacking those signatures from a local, on the local land use application, and then are they going to be in a position to make a determination of compliance with land use goals versus, say, a county or a city who in their land use decision effectively has, made that determination of compliance because, assuming that they approve a transmission line, their land use ordinances, if not, specifically, then indirectly are already in compliance with the goals. So, but we can address that a little more clearly and specifically when we come back in May and do that presentation. All right, and lastly is the May council meeting. So I'd already brought this up a couple of times, but the next council meeting is May 26th and 27th. This will be a hybrid meeting, meaning it will be both in person and WebEx. So as I had mentioned, that we'll be conducting the draft proposed order hearing for the Nolan Hills project. By statute, there is a requirement that that hearing must be in person and in proximity to the project. So that's the main driver for the location and why we're going to be in person. Again, it will be at the Red Lion Inn in Pendleton. The public hearing will begin at 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, May 26th, and then the regular council meeting will begin on Friday, May 27th at 8:30 a.m. I know Nancy has been in contact with you, so I think we have an understanding, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody who indicated that they would be available are still available, and that we have a good understanding of whether you're going to be participating in person or remotely. We haven't done an in-person meeting for some time, so we just have to make sure that we have that all figured out so we can get the right number of rooms and do all the logistical requirements that have to be done for an in-person meeting. So we don't have to do that now, but certainly please communicate with Nancy and let her know. And then I would also indicate that if anybody wants to carpool, we'll be leaving out of Salem, and so we can, get a van, and anybody wants to go with us, we can certainly make sure you can meet us in Salem to go, or we can pick you up on the way in Portland if you would like. So certainly not any requirement, but if anybody's interested in not driving, we'd be happy to take you.
This is Kent, and I'll plan on catching a ride with you guys.
Great. Thank you.
This is Marcy, and just a reminder, I will probably be sitting on the side of the road Thursday, and I can dial in. I will be flying back from Florida for work that day, but I will drive straight to Pendleton to be there for that actual meeting in person for Friday.
Great. So you'll be in person, but you won't need a room for Thursday night.
I do need a room. Yes, yes, for Thursday. I just won't get over there in time, I don't think, for the hearing.
Got it. Thank you. And since we will be in person, I just want to throw this out as an option. Sarah came up with this as an idea, and I think it's a good idea. If anybody is available, there's a lot going on right now in Umatilla County in terms of applications, amendments, and projects that are undergoing construction. So if any council member has a little extra time, wouldn't mind going either earlier, either on Wednesday or earlier on Thursday, and would like to do a site visit to one or more projects, please let us know, and we can start working with the applicants and site certificate holders to try to figure out a good location that works in relative proximity to Pendleton.
This is Cindy. And I would be interested in that, and I can be there either Wednesday or Thursday. I won't be able to ride in the van because I'm coming from another meeting, but I would make time for that.
Great.
Thanks.
This is Hanley Marcy, and I'd be happy to do a tour on the afternoon of Thursday.
Thanks, Hanley.
Okay. Well, I think that's good right there, and so we'll try to set something up. All right. Well, that concludes my secretary report, unless any council member has a question.
Excellent. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Secretary Cornett? All right. Well, hearing none, thank you very much for that report. I think that's helpful, and we all seemingly have a good handle of where we are. And I, too, want to tell Christopher thank you for his efforts. He tends to keep us all lined out well. I feel pretty good about where we are, so thank you. And I'm glad you're not leaving, just doing something different. So the next agenda item is public comments web portal update. This is agenda item B. This is an information item, and we have Wally Adams, Operations and Policy Analyst, to present to us. Wally, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Grail. Good morning, members of the council. Just bear with me while I get my screens arranged here so I can share. Okay. Silver. All right, hopefully everybody can see that. I'm going to be talking to you today about our new system for capturing and displaying comments on citing projects. So I have just a couple slides to go over the background and the purpose of the project, the scope of what we're covering, and then I'm going to show you a couple demos. I'll do a demo of the comment portal and then also a demo of what we're calling our docket for displaying comments that we get on citing projects. So when we went into this, had a couple of things that we wanted to address. First of all, although we have many ways to get comments on projects, we don't have an online system currently, or we didn't have one, I should say. I think the biggest issue that we had was the second bullet point, that the comments that we received were not readily available to view by the public. In fact, we got a comment on this during the public comment period in our December meeting where somebody came on and was saying that they really wanted to be able to see comments that other people submitted on citing projects. And so what I'll show you today, we are able to address that now. And then lastly, it's kind of a workflow issue where internally, when we process comments, most of our projects, we don't get a large number, so it's not all that difficult. But from time to time, we do get bigger numbers, and they have to be cataloged. They've got to be put into a single PDF file. And so in addition to providing a way for people to enter comments online and to view comments online, we also have a way to produce a report at the end so that the citing analyst doesn't have to do that extra step. So a little bit of a time saver for them as well. So objectives, I bolded the ones that I thought were the most important. Primary objective, of course, was create an online portal to capture comments that were submitted by the public. We also wanted, if we could, to use software platforms that the state already has licenses for. So there are software programs that are out there to do these kind of things. Frankly, they're geared more toward cases where you would get hundreds or thousands even of comments, and they're more geared for just kind of sorting those large numbers of comments, which wasn't really what we needed. And the systems can be a little expensive as well. So we wanted to do something in-house if we could with our own IT resources and keep the costs low. We wanted to provide an email acknowledgement to people once they submitted comments. I already mentioned generating an index and a list of comments. And then lastly, like I say, I think the most important thing was providing this docket so people could access comments that were received. So just wrapping up here, through the web-based form, we wanted commenters to also be able to associate their comments with specific citations to council standards. So we didn't want to just give a form for people to enter a comment and submit it. Our process can be complicated, as I think we all recognize. And so, I know Todd felt strongly about this, that in addition to providing the way to input a comment, give people a little bit of guidance, kind of guide them through associating comments with council standards or sections from a DPO without crossing that line of providing legal advice. So then lastly, as far as the scope, we wanted to cover NOI, DPO, including for both types of amendments, and also formal and informal rulemaking projects. So this is my last slide, and then I'm going to flip over and do the demo, but just wanted to show that the links to access both of these portals are included in this presentation, and I'm going to show you how to get there from our website. So with that, switch over. We'll start from here. So when you go to Odo's main webpage, if you go to the Get Involved portion, it says Customer Service and Comment Portal. And then once we're here, submit a comment, and you'll see actually when you click on this, there are a lot of different programs where you can enter comments. So all of these are using the same type of platform that I'm going to show you here, which is also an advantage that our IT group has been able to leverage this for quite a few things.
Can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
So yeah, so you know, he's showing where you can kind of navigate through this, but just so council knows and anybody else on the line, anytime we issue a notice, there will be a direct link to that specific comment portal. So, you know, somebody doesn't have to kind of go through this and kind of navigate and figure it out. There'll be a direct link that they can just click on, and it'll access that relatively easy for them.
That's spot on, Todd. Thanks for pointing that out. And the link would take them then to this page. And so this is kind of the first page. You click here to select the project, and only projects where we're actively taking comments will display here. You can see Nolan Hills Wind as an example is in here, which just went to the DPO phase. I'm going to click on the siting test project so that we can just enter, you know, a dummy comment, I'll say. So once you've picked your project, you click next, and depending on the project phase, you'll see different screens then at this point. So I set this up for a DPO for this test project, and you see some guidance here. It talks about what your options are for submitting comments, including, of course, through this portal. We have some additional resources here. I wanted to point out, Councilmember Condon made a comment about adding a link for council standards. So our IT folks just added that in. We're going to click next. And for DPOs, we have some additional guidance here. First of all, you know, tell people what's the project and what are the start and end dates for the comment period. Those populate in here, and then we give this guidance, which for DPO in particular is pretty important, right? So just moving along, the next thing is contact information. Now, I've been in here before, so some of this, at least what needs to populate, I don't have to type in at the moment. You can enter in your address and some other things if you choose. And then you get to this screen where you can enter your comments. Now we've set this up so that you can enter more than one comment at a time. And what you do is you start out by hitting this create button. And then you get this screen that pops up. You type in a summary of your comment. And then you can choose to associate it with exhibits from the application. You don't have to do that part, but you can if you want. You can also put in a page number if you would like to do that from the DPO. You can also at this point choose council standards to associate with, and our whole list is in here. And then last but not least, you would put in the details of your comment. You also have the option to attach a file. So you basically just choose your files and attach them. Once you're done, you submit. And that'll pop up in the list. Once you're done and you've entered all the comments that you want, hit submit. You get acknowledgement that that was completed successfully. And we hear our chime. It says we have a new email. And you get email acknowledgement as well that your comments have been submitted. So that is how you enter a comment. Let's take a look now at how you can view comments. So this screen, I'll just show you how you get here. I'm already here. But within this received comments data choice, there's this one for energy facility citing comments received. And once you get here, you're in our citing docket. You can actually see that this comment that we just submitted is already in here. It's the first one listed. So let's say you were looking for comments on a particular project, and I'm going to pick Wagon Trail for my project at the moment. I know that Chase entered some of the comments that were received on this project for the NOI phase in here. So when I go and click on this comment, I can see the details associated with it. And you can also see there's an attachment. So let's go ahead and click on that. Open the attachment file, and now I can see full attachment and comment. So that's pretty much it. I'll stop there and just see if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Wally. Does anyone have any questions at this time?
This is Cindy.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you. So if somebody has a comment and refutes something in the DPO, something that was said or provided narrative in the DPO, so they can upload a document. I realize there's a limit on size of, supporting their comment through this portal. They make their comment and then say, and I've got a study from so-and-so, which is attached, and that can be uploaded and then becomes a part of this record.
It is, Cindy. That's correct. And just like I showed you, that's one of the reasons I picked this one. So you can see, you can enter in comments, text comments, obviously, but you can also attach documents. I'm not sure if there's a limit on that, but
I did think it said on the attachment on the previous for uploading, and there was a limit on it.
Yeah, there probably is. Jeremy, so we have, and I'd like to, it's probably a good time to do this. I wanted to recognize Jeremy Peterson from our IT group, because he's the one who's really put this together, and I think has done a fantastic job of, because we didn't make it easy on him. We made this a little more complicated, like I say, than just making a form and putting it in. But Jeremy, do you know what the limitations are for attachments?
Sure, Wally. The limitation is pretty large. I think it's 64 meg. So if you notice that one attachment you had there was in the kilobytes. So yeah, it should be able to handle pretty much any decent sized attachment.
Yeah, 64 megabytes is pretty big.
Yeah.
I mean, if they did exceed that, Cindy, then I think they'd have to submit that in a different way. I don't even know if we could get something bigger than that in an email.
Yeah.
But we figure out a way, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, email is usually limited to, I think, 32. So this is kind of double the size of what you can submit via email.
Right, and I really want to compliment the work. I think this is great work and certainly a good start. Maybe as people start using it, there will be changes, and I really appreciate you including the link to the standards. I think that'll be valuable. So thanks so much for it.
You're welcome.
Chair Grail.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah, this is Kent, and I just wanted to say this looks to be really well thought out. So I want to commend staff for your work on that. It looks really good.
thank you for that comment. Others?
Yeah, for the record, Chair Gerald, this is Todd Cornett. So I just wanted to address a couple of things. One, and just, to articulate or to reiterate exactly what was just said. So between, Wally and Jeremy, this is, they've taken a concept and executed it and made it something that actually, is real. So that's always a difficult thing. And people don't do that. They don't often realize how difficult it is. So I certainly appreciate all the thought and effort that was gone into it. To kind of go back to Councilmember Condon, your question, about could somebody, attach, a document to further, reiterate or back up their comment. Yes, certainly they could do that. But I also wanted to, we were very careful of trying to create this as a forum for comments. We certainly would like people to use it as it is sort of designed in terms of being specific about council standards and, that type of information, but they're not required to. There's very few things that are required to be done, and that's not required. If somebody just wanted to, if they had, a Word document and just wanted to upload that as their comment, that is also fine. So they're not obligated to use all of the drop downs and elements in here. I think we have to have their email address, and then that's about it. I think there are very, very few mandatory elements in this. It really is just a tool, a forum. And so if somebody just wanted to type in their comment, whatever that is, into the comment box, they could do that. Or if they wanted just to upload their comment, they could also do that. So I wanted to just kind of express that it is fairly open in terms of how people can use this.
This is Cindy.
Thank you.
This
Go
is
ahead,
Cindy.
Cindy.
And thanks for that. I guess the reason I asked the question is, one, to confirm, because I certainly saw the attachment piece, but that I think as the comments are made public and there's more evidence there, I know for me, it becomes an educational piece if they have, if they've attached a research report or whatnot that I certainly hadn't seen or whatever, and it becomes part of our information too. So yeah, I just think it's valuable.
And the last comment I'll make on this is, this is, we've done some demos. We've had some people internally and external to the agency kind of run through these and made adjustments, but we fully recognize, until it goes live and people are actually using it and providing feedback, it's our best, effort, certainly. And I think it's a really good effort, but we fully expect to receive comments about how it could be changed or altered to be either easier or, better for members of the public to submit comments. So we absolutely are looking for, that kind of feedback. And in fact, the automatic email that Wally showed includes some language about please provide us feedback to make this tool better. So we definitely want to make sure that we're listening to people and trying to make this as useful and as easy as possible for them.
Chair Grail, this is Kent. I have a
Go ahead, Kent.
question. On the page that we're looking at, there's a drop-down box on the left that says submit a comment at the top there. And then over a couple is one that says received comments and data. So that's if you want to see what other people have submitted, that's what that one's for.
Yes, so this is Wally for the record, and yes, Councilmember Al, you can go here, and as you can see, I mean, this is for citing project comments.
Okay.
This link takes you to the screen you're looking at now. There's also some other projects here that where there have been comments received, you know, on the projects that you can see listed here. So a lot of different programs going on with the
Yeah, and then
agency.
what's the financial / incentive drop down box for?
So yeah, that's
More of an informational thing.
well, yes, exactly. Information on these different programs, so Community Renewable Energy Grant Program and so forth. And if we clicked on that, I might as well just do that. I haven't clicked on this that I can remember, but okay. It's a work in progress.
Yeah, I get it.
Jeremy might be able to tell us a little bit more about where that one stands, but it's coming soon. But that's what that's for.
And the Ask Energy drop down box is one where if a citizen public just had a general question to ask staff, that's what that one's for.
Exactly.
Hmm.
That's exactly right. And this is kind of a generic form that they can use in order to send in a question or a comment. And this is, of course, agency-wide. This is beyond just citing.
Okay, yeah, right. Impressive.
Great work.
Thank you very
Any
much.
other comments? Well, Wally, thank you very much. And Jeremy, thank you for working with him and putting together a product that we think will be extremely valuable to our work. All right. Well, the next agenda item is item C, which is the Protected Areas, Scenic Resources, and Recreation Standards Rulemaking. This is an action item. We have Christopher Clark, Odo Senior Siting Analyst and FSEC Rules Coordinator to present on this topic. Christopher, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for the delay. There, just to confirm, can you see my presentation? Okay, excellent. Okay, well, thank you, Madam Chair and council members. For the record, my name is Christopher Clark, and I am a senior siting analyst with the department and am the council's rules coordinator. So today, the council will be considering staff's draft proposed rules for the protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation standards rulemaking. And you will decide whether or not to authorize staff to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking. And that is the first step in formal proceedings to adopt permanent rules. So before you make your decision, I will provide background on the rulemaking project. I'll provide an overview of staff's recommendations and based on the feedback that you provided at the February meeting. I'll discuss the comments we received on the draft rules we circulated in March and give a summary of staff's recommended responses. And then I'll also provide a quick summary of the fiscal impact statement information that we intend to include in the notice of proposed rulemaking if the council approves proposed rules. I'll just remind you all that at this point in the process, we are still in informal rulemaking, so the council can really make any changes to the draft proposed rules you want. if we move forward with the notice of proposed rulemaking after today, your ability to change the draft rules will be a little more limited. Okay, so as a reminder, this rulemaking project is intended to address issues related to the protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation standards, and the associated rules, primarily the information requirements in Division 20 and 21. We are working to ensure that those rules are clear and they clearly identify the resources and values that the standards are intended to protect. Ensure that the standards are all consistent with the siting policy articulated in ORS 469310, and that policy really speaks to ensuring that the siting of energy facilities is consistent with Oregon's land use and environmental protection policies. There's more in there. That's the paraphrase. And then finally, we are working to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the council's review process by ensuring, by resolving any ambiguity, lack of clarity, or inconsistency in the rules. So I've gone over this recently, but the procedural history on this is that we included this project in the rulemaking schedule in 2018. Originally, it was focused on a couple of discrete issues with the protected areas and scenic resources standard, and it also had a property owner notification issue attached to it that we addressed in the 2019 housekeeping rulemaking project. When we did our initial scoping in 2020, we identified a few more issues related to the protected areas and scenic resources standards, and then recommended that council also include any issues that came up related to the recreation standard in the rulemaking as well. So we came to you in October of 2020, made our preliminary recommendations, and that included going out and getting preliminary feedback and requesting stakeholders identify any issues and give us feedback on how the rulemaking should be conducted. So we got that feedback. We issued a solicitation for informal comments in November of 2020. We got feedback and came back to you in the spring of 2021. One of our recommendations we made then was to conduct a series of rulemaking workshops to get additional feedback on some of the issues that had been identified both in our initial scoping and raised by stakeholders in those comments. We conducted those workshops in the summer and fall of 2021, kind of digested the feedback, drafted our proposed rules, and then came back to you at the last council meeting. So at that council meeting, you all gave some feedback. We updated the draft proposed rules in our issues document based on that feedback and recirculated the draft rules. And then we are now, that brings us to today. So, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit of an echo on my end. Are you all too? Okay.
Just a little bit. It's not terrible, but just a little bit.
Okay.
We also, I don't know if you're sharing your video. If so, we're not seeing it.
Thank you. I'll turn on my video. Okay, well, let me know if there are any, if the echo gets better, I guess. Okay, so as kind of a summary slide, we are now at the stage where we would be moving beyond the informal stage and into the formal stage. So today you will look at the final draft of our proposed rules, and then we will issue a notice of proposed rulemaking. If we move forward with that, there will be a formal public comment period, and we're recommending that the council schedule a hearing as part of that comment period. And then finally, we are hoping to move this forward with the potential consideration of permanent rules in June. So I went through this in pretty good detail at the February council meeting. So I'll try to keep it high level for now. And then we did get a few comments on a few of these issues. And so I'll go back to those areas in a moment. But just to provide a brief overview of our recommendations and what's included in the draft proposed rules, we reviewed about 12 issues associated with the 3 standards. The first issue was related to a lack of requirement in the rules that the manager of a protected area, so you know, the National Parks Service for a national park, or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for a national wildlife refuge. There's no requirement to give them notice when a energy facility is proposed near their protected area. We looked at this issue from a number of ways and came up with a recommendation to require that the department give public notice to that managing agency when the protected area is basically identified as being in the study area, in the NOI, or in the analysis area for the application or request for amendment. And it's a little complicated. We are planning on reviewing the public notice procedures as part of our application process review. So we think that the council can just make this change through a policy directive during this rulemaking, and then we'll formalize it in the rules in that future rulemaking. We will have that policy directive written up and provided to you at the time you make your final decision, and we'll include a description of this proposed change in the notice so that stakeholders have, or that the public is aware that this is what we would be planning on doing if you agree. And then, yeah, like I said, we would formalize the rule change in a future rulemaking. The other actual rule change that we would be proposing here is to amend the information requirement rules to require the applicant to provide a reasonably available contact information for the protected area managers. We got some comments on this that I'll go into a little more detail in a minute. The second issue is really just related to the construction of the standards. The scenic resources and recreation standards limit the scope of council findings to impacts to resources in the analysis area identified in the project order. Sorry. And then the protected area standard is more open-ended. It just says, you know, the facility must not impact protected areas. We are recommending that the scenic resources and recreation standards be amended to have that open-ended construction. And we don't believe that will change the amount of analysis the applicant is required to do. It just means that if a member of the public raises a concern about a scenic resource or recreation opportunity that is either, you know, immediately adjacent to the analysis area or just outside of it, that the council would be able to consider those issues in any evidence that that person submitted. We reviewed a couple issues that were raised by stakeholders related to the sizes of study areas. We did not recommend any changes to the study area sizes as part of this rulemaking project, but we can talk about that, or I will talk about that a little more in a minute. We reviewed the way that protected areas are defined in the rules. The issue 3 is that there's a reference to designations in effect as of May 11th, 2007 in the rule. We think that the department intended to keep the rule up to date based on new designations that came into effect, but that hasn't really happened. So based on feedback we received from stakeholders and the council, we are recommending that we remove this specific date, and instead of requiring the application to be based on the date in the rule, it would be based on, they would need to evaluate impacts to any protected areas designated on or before the date that the application is determined to be complete. we got a lot of comments on this that I'll discuss more. Some people wanted us to be later, some people wanted it to be earlier. The fourth issue was just related to the list itself, and this is more of an editorial issue, but the list contains a mix of inexhaustive lists with examples or just categories, and some of them had legal citations, some of them didn't, and some of them included out-of-date terminology or out-of-date names of actual protected areas. So we've proposed some changes to update and simplify that list and then remove all the specific examples. And as I'll discuss further, we are working on providing some separate guidance that would make it easier to identify the examples and where those issues are. As another kind of housekeeping change, we are recommending that that list of protected areas be moved from the standard to the definitions rule in Division 1. The fifth issue was just we reviewed whether or not outstanding resource waters designated by the Oregon DEQ should be considered protected areas under the council standard. We're recommending no changes, primarily because most of those outstanding resources waters are already considered protected areas under a different designation because of the way that the DEQ process works, and because that particular designation is part of DEQ's implementation of their Clean Water Act responsibilities. And that federally delegated program isn't something that the council usually determines compliance for or weighs in on. Issue 6 is related to the exception for a transmission line or pipeline, or particularly a transmission line, to be sited in a protected area. Currently, most energy facilities are not allowed to be located inside the boundaries of a protected area, but the council's rules have this exception. The council had made some comments during a citing proceeding that the way the standard is written is a little unclear, so we've recommended some clarifying language. We went over that with you, I think, in February, and we didn't really receive many comments on that. So that is something you want to discuss further. I'll just flag that as one that we can come back to, but I am not planning on speaking further to during this presentation. And then issue 7 was one of the kind of initial issues for this project. And that is that the scenic resources standard protects resources that are identified as significant and important in local land management plans, tribal land management plans, and federal land management plans, but does not include scenic resources identified as important in a state management plan. We're just recommending that be changed so that state scenic resources are included in the scenic resources standard. Then issue 8 is related more specifically to the applicability of the new rules, and based on the council's feedback and comments from stakeholders, we're recommending that, again, these new standards, so anything that you do end up adopting would only apply to projects that are either no application has been filed yet, or the application has not yet been determined to be complete. So we are relying on the definition of filing date in the council's rules as the determination of whether or not these rules are applicable. We had a lot of comments that there needed to be more specificity in the methodology that applicants use for their visual impacts assessments, and that the council should have some standards for how it will review those assessments, basically. So not only do you need to review the impacts, but you need to determine that the assessment was reliable. We generally agree that there's some room for improvement in standardizing and clarifying what is appropriate, but that's a very technical issue. and there's a lot of differing opinions about what is appropriate. So we are recommending that that be considered in a separate rulemaking. And we will be updating the rulemaking schedule to reflect that new project if the council agrees with that recommendation. And then finally, we also received some comments that the criteria for identifying important recreation opportunities should be clarified, but we never really got any specific recommendations or advice, and so we are not recommending any changes on that rule at this time. Okay, so that is in a mouthful what we talked about at the last meeting. Before I move into the comments received, are there just any questions about the scope of this rulemaking or any of these issues? Like I said, I'll be going into a little more detail where we did get comments.
Are there any questions for Christopher at this time? Hearing none, I think you can move forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so we sent out a new request for informal comments on March 7th on our updated draft proposed rules and updated issues analysis. We got 10 written comments back from a variety of different stakeholders. All of these should have been included in the supplemental packet that you received last Friday, so I hope you've had a chance to read through them. I'm not going to go into exhaustive detail about every single issue or comment that was raised, but I will try to summarize all the major issues and themes that came up, especially those that came up across multiple comments. We are recommending a few editorial changes to the rules based on the comments. I'll bring up the draft proposed rule language when we have those recommendations. But if you would like to see any of the other rule language, if you'd like to see the comments themselves, or anything else while I'm going through this, please just interrupt me and let me know, and I can pull it up on the screen for you and we can discuss further. Again, if there's an issue that you feel was made in the comments that I'm not addressing, I am happy to discuss that as well. Okay, so we got a handful of comments on the notice to protected areas manager issue. Generally, commenters were supportive of providing the public notice to the protected areas managers. Although some commenters were not supportive of requiring the applicant to provide that contact information. Several others thought that was acceptable, but recommended that the department should make maps and lists of the protected areas and lists of the contacts available to the public and to applicants to kind of ease the administrative burdens of having them go through that exercise. On those particular comments, I do want to say the department is working on compiling that information now. And we are hoping to include that in some sort of applicant guide or for preparing the protected areas exhibit. And we will make a draft of that available to the council before you consider the adoption of permanent rules. A number of commenters recommended that when we send the public notice to the protected areas managers, we also include some sort of formal language notifying them that they have the opportunity to become a reviewing agency. We just want to note that there's already a mechanism for the siting analyst to appoint additional agencies as reviewing agencies, or I think what may be more appropriate in the case of federal agencies to just include them on the distribution memo that goes out to the reviewing agencies that request their their comments on the completeness review of an application and the other parts of the process when that reviewing agency memo goes out. So we don't think rule changes are necessary to provide that opportunity. It is very discretionary though, so if the council wanted that to be something that was mandatory or more explicit, we could make those changes. But again, we're not recommending any changes on that particular comment. And then we also received a number of comments that recommended that the proposed rules should also ensure notice is given to the owner of a protected area located on private land. Right now, the proposed rule language refers to the agency or organization that manages or administers land. There are a handful of state natural areas that are basically designated by the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, but owned and administered by a private entity. Most of those are administered by like a land trust, like the Nature Conservancy. There's a few other land trusts that also manage state natural areas in Oregon. There are also a few registered and dedicated natural areas that are owned by private landowners who have decided to, dedicate their lands to protecting the ecological resources in their things and have gone through that process. So those are, it's not clear if those would be captured. It is, I will say our rules don't explicitly require the notice to be given to the private organizations even. So if the council has ideas on which direction you'd like to go, I think we'd be happy to hear that. Otherwise, we think that the rule is sufficient to cover most cases and that we can deal with those unique situations on a case-by-case basis. Okay.
Sorry, Christopher. I just want to double check. Anybody have anything to say at that time on that issue? I couldn't unmute myself. Hearing none, keep going.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the analysis issues, the analysis area issues and the study area issues, generally commenters were supportive of the recommendation to remove the reference to analysis areas. I should actually say that the comments there were more mixed. There were a mix of supportive comments in opposition, and neutral comments on removing the reference to analysis areas in the scenic resources and recreation standards. So we got both there. We did get a few comments that really supported reducing the current study area sizes, particularly for solar photovoltaic power generation facilities. And then we got a few comments that also just said that there should be more clarity in the rules about how a study area becomes an analysis area and what the process for determining what the appropriate size for an analysis area is. I think that's all something that we would like to look at more closely in the application process review rulemaking, particularly in phase 3, and come up with some more standardized process for how to address analysis areas for all the different standards, not just these particular standards. Okay, for the date of protected area designations issues, we got a number of comments that the recommendation to use the date of complete application was too late in the process, and that basically applicants start the process well before they even submit the NOI. They put a lot of work into it, and that they think that requiring evaluation of new protected areas that come up after they've started the process can really delay the siting process in a way that they believe is unreasonable. Some of them specifically requested that the goalpost be set back to the day the preliminary application is filed. Others kind of recommended that it go back to the date the project order is issued, and then that the project order would not be allowed to be amended. so that this would be set basically on the date of the initial project order. We recommend still that the date of the complete application is appropriate. You know, that would allow basically the applicant to update their application through the request for additional information process if there was a protected area that happened to be designated between the time that they submitted their preliminary application and the date it was determined to be complete. We don't imagine that that will be a large issue because protected areas are not designated. Very often, they're typically done through an act of Congress, an act of the state legislature, or through a federal or state agency's administrative planning process. Those things take years. So I think in this point, or in this type of thing, it's more of a long-term planning process that results in these designations. So if it was designated after the preliminary application was submitted, it would be more of a coincidence than a specific action to somehow prejudice the applicant or take land out of consideration. Although, you know, that there can be differing opinions on that. So all that to say, we're not recommending any changes to the goalpost, although we'd welcome any further input or discussion from the council on that.
Any comments?
Cindy? Oh, this is Cindy.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah. Chris, just to clarify, I mean, I get that protected areas can take years, but from the time of the site certificate issuance to actual starting with amendments could be 9 years, right? Is that correct?
There's no requirement that they come back for an amendment after we've issued a site certificate, unless they're changing something at the facility.
Right, like the start date.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right, yeah.
Construction or whatever. I'm just trying to get clear in my mind that, so if we go with the recommendation, there's still a significant period of time that a protected area could be included and could become law, right, in that time. But your analysis suggests and recommendation suggests that it is unlikely in a 9-year period, or?
Councilmember Condon, thank you for that question. And I'm sorry, I believe I misunderstood you the first time. So how the rule would work is that in their initial application, once they get in the complete application, you know, that would include an evaluation of any protected area designated at that time. And then the council would ultimately make your decision based on impacts to that set of protected areas. After the site certificate is issued, if they need to extend their construction commencement deadlines, they would need to come back into an amendment. And then the council would be required to look at the impacts to the protected areas designated at the time they get in their complete request for amendment. So you would do basically a new evaluation. If nothing's changed to the existing set of protected areas they've already reviewed, you likely would be able to rely on that past decision. But if there was a new protected area, they would need to go through the process of evaluating whether the construction of the facility would impact that protected area.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments at this time?
Yeah, this is Hanley, Marcy, and I support the staff's recommendation on this.
Thank you, Hanley.
This is Kent, Chair Grill, and I will throw in my support for this standard as well.
Thank you.
Chair Grill, this is Perry Chalkdew.
Yes, Perry.
I will support this also.
Thank you. So at this time, let's see. So Christopher, you've heard the feedback at this point, and is this where we now need an actual motion?
Madam Chair, no, I'll go ahead and finish my summary of the comments, and then unless there are specific changes you want us to make, which you can identify now, we'll just have you make a motion on the entire rule package at the end of the presentation.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we didn't need to break anything up. All you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gill. So the next issue, and I'll skip over this. So we did a lot of work to establish the right goalpost. There are a number of commenters, and I'll just say that do think there should be no goalpost at all. I think we went over that in pretty good detail last time, and it sounds like the council is all comfortable with our current approach. So moving on to the list itself, we had mixed comments on whether on how the list of protected areas should be written. Some people really like the examples. Some people think that because those examples get out of date, it's better just to have the categories. We did get some specific comments about specific terms used in the draft proposed rules, and specifically that terms such as component or potential or managed were unreasonably ambiguous. We did also get some specific revisions requested in the comments submitted by Renewable Northwest and the Oregon Solar and Storage Industries Association. And we believe the changes are mostly editorial in nature, but we think they're reasonable and have included a few draft revisions that we'd like the council to consider. And my apologies, I tried to be really clever with doing two different colors of markup, but it ended up getting washed out when I saved, so you'll just have to piece it together. So my apologies if this is not very clear, but you can see the strikeout from the existing markout, and then the highlighted is language that we've added, except for this first one, which I messed up. So essentially, we would be removing the word component. And so, for example, in our proposed subsection A, instead of saying a component of the national park system, we would be changing it to say a national park or other unit of the national park system. And then again, removing the language about components from other categories. And I don't know if it makes sense for me to read through all these, so I'll maybe just make sure you can all read this okay and leave it on the screen for a second and see if you have any comments.
Good.
Great. And then there's just a few other changes. I'll point out that, I'm sorry, was everybody else ready to move on? Okay, excellent. So a few other.
Chair Grill, I had a question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
In the listing of these protected areas, I didn't notice any Native American cultural sites or religious sites.
Councilmember Tractu, that is correct. Currently, unless a historic, cultural, or religious site is designated as for example, a national historic site or protected under one of these designations, it would not be considered a protected area, although it would still be protected potentially under our historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard, which provides a slightly different process and standard of review. I also do want to point out that we did not include any tribal properties in this list, particularly because we do not have jurisdiction over the siting of energy facilities on tribal lands. But that does mean that there would be no impact evaluation to, I know there's a few tribal wildlife areas in the state. So those have been, they haven't been included historically. That's something we could definitely look at further. We are planning on sending out the notice of proposed rulemaking to all 9 tribal councils of the federally recognized tribes in Oregon, and we would be requesting specific comment on whether or not those types of resources should be included. But if you have recommendations on how we could do that now, I think we would be, well, I mean, it's up to the council, obviously, if you would like us to include that.
Just FYI, it was all tribal land before Oregon was a state. And so religious areas lie all over. They're all over the state. And when they are in the form of a rock feature, they're automatically eligible for the Federal Register of Historic Places automatically when they're found by an archaeologist or they're noted by an Indian tribe. So I think somewhere in here you might want to put areas protected by the Advisory Council on Historic Places, the ACHP. So I know that's a big job for you, Chris. Well, I just suggest finding a place for it somewhere. And I guess that's something we probably have to talk about because these religious areas have literally lasted the test of time. Some of them are intact that have been there for thousands and thousands of years.
Thank you for the comments.
Thank you.
This is Cindy. I would support that. I'm not sure what that is, but certainly another look at it in support of Perry's thought and recommendation.
Thanks, Cindy.
Let me chime in real quick. So for the record, Todd Cornett, I think, we'll still move on, I think, in terms of going through all the other issues, because I think it's important to kind of clarify all of those. But I think, the question that was raised puts us in a position of a couple of different paths. I think one of those paths is to try to figure out today or what kind of language we would want to put in. That may or may not be difficult unless somebody has a specific idea in mind. The other two paths would be one, as Chris already mentioned, we could go forward with the, if council agrees with the language that you ultimately are in agreement with, and then through the comment period, because as Chris said, we will provide notice to all the 9 federally recognized tribes, and then, if one of those tribes or more wanted to include that in their comments, that would give us then sort of the impetus, or we could not move forward with a recommendation today, in terms of a council action, and we could come back at a future council meeting, potentially in May, with some more thought and idea about how to be inclusive of language that Councilmember Choctoot had brought up. So you don't have to make that decision right now, but I think, it kind of creates a question of, what do we move forward today? Do we put it off? How do we go about it? So maybe we can kind of regroup at the end of Chris's presentation, and it'll give you all a little bit of time to think about what your preference is.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you, council members. Yeah, and just to reiterate, that is completely your decision to make. And I would, I think my only recommendation would be that if there's a rule change that you want to be included in the final rulemaking package, that we do get it into the notice of proposed rulemaking so that we can get public comment on it.
Chair Grill?
Yes.
This is Perry Chalky. Chris, so R is the last piece you've got, research force established by Oregon State University under ORS 526-215. Is that the last one, R?
Councilmember Chalky, yes, that is the last subsection that we currently have.
Could we add a S and include culturally significant sites, Native American religious sites, to like an S to that?
Yes, we can add a new subsection. I think what we just need to know, I think you had mentioned like areas identified by the, is it the council on, I'm sorry, you mentioned a specific, yeah. Well, and I will look to the other council members, make sure you're comfortable moving forward with drafting language at this point.
Does anyone have any comments on that?
Yeah, this is Hanley. Is this the appropriate place for it? Because this is a list of state designated resources.
Councilmember Jenkins, the list is, yeah, what areas are, what designations, I guess, are included as protected areas. And right now, the list is limited to areas designated by the state or federal government. I am not aware. I will look to your legal counsel if he disagrees. But I do not believe the statute prohibits the council from adding protected areas designated by another entity, although I believe, you know, there probably does need to be some consistency, and, you know, it's an area with discrete boundaries. It's an area that is designated through some sort of legal authority, things like that. So, but I feel like this probably does fall into that category, although.
So just for clarification, the advisory committee or council on historic preservation is a federal entity.
Thank you.
This is Perry Chalky, Chair Grill. National parks are under federal law, so.
Chair
Okay,
Grill,
thank you.
this
Yes.
is Kent, and I think it might behoove us to, once the notice goes out to the 9 tribes, and we get their feedback, we might be a little more informed on from their response on how to deal with
Thank you.
it.
Thank you.
This is Hanley, and I would ask that they make a recommendation.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So again, for the record, Todd Cornett, I think that again, that kind of raises the question of what do we do today? Do we move forward, you know, in terms of council's decision on filing with the Secretary of State, or do we put that on hold and we, the department, reach out to the 9 federally, you know, recognized tribes in Oregon and seek their input on, you know, some kind of specific language, or to get a recommendation from them? So it's sort of, you know, we definitely want to include something, but it's sort of like, how does that work in the process? Do we seek that first and then include that and then file the notice, then get comments from anybody? Or do we try to come up with something today, file the notice and then seek comments from everybody through the regular comment timeframe practice or process?
So Todd, I'm going to ask the council members, from what I'm listening to, I would propose that let me not say it that way. I would ask you all what your preference is, but I will just summarize and say I think we've heard a lot of questions and comments, and it seems to me that we would be doing it backwards if we didn't get that information first. But I would ask, do you all want to send the notice now, or do you want to have staff reach out and then do it that way? What's your preference?
This is Hanley, Marcy.
Yes, Hanley.
And I would support putting a placeholder in now with the opportunity. We're going to give notice to the 9 tribes anyway and ask them to determine what the, within our guidelines, the criteria that we have to work with here, what would be the appropriate language to include at this point. Go ahead with and continue to move forward with this process.
Thank you. So that's Hanley's suggestion. Comments, feedback on that?
This is Cindy.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Oh, this is Cindy. I'd support that.
This is Kent, and I
Thank you.
support it as well.
Okay. Perry, does that work for you?
Yeah, I would support that also.
Okay. So Christopher, Todd, are we good with what council is requesting?
I'll look to Chris because he understands this better than I do, but I probably want to make sure that whatever language we put in, while it may be sort of theoretical placeholder, it actually has to be usable, implementable language from the start. Otherwise, I'm not sure, it kind of meets the requirements of the Secretary of State, but Chris can respond to that.
I will say that it is somewhat complicated because after we issue the notice of proposed rulemaking, the council can really only make changes based on response to public comments that are made on the record. And if this is an issue that is really specific to tribal interests and tribal governments, since they are sovereign governments, it may be appropriate to provide them with the opportunity to provide input outside of that public process and really give a sort of government to government coordination kind of, or at least provide the opportunity for like a government to government meeting rather than have them provide input solely through the public input process. So I think I would recommend, if we have language that we feel good about and could say, we just want your comments on whether this language is sufficient. That's one thing. If we are really looking to expand the protected area standard to include tribal resources or sites that are important to the tribes, it may be appropriate to give them the opportunity to provide input while we're still kind of in the informal phases and do some more drafting there.
So with all of that, how does council feel based off of what Christopher said? And I will just say, since it is complicated to me, that, and wanting to make sure that we don't create a problem while we're solving one, I'd like to take what he's saying under advisement. How does everyone feel about that?
This is
Oh, go ahead.
This is Hanley, and I'm a little concerned that we might be going outside of our original intent by changing the definition of protected areas.
Thank you, Hanley.
Was that part of our original objective? Or is that separate rulemaking?
One of the objectives was just to ensure that these standards identify everything that the council believes is a protected area. We did not specifically identify this issue, but we did leave it pretty open-ended. So I will say I think it may be worth checking in with your legal counsel on this, but it sounds like this is a federal agency that identifies discrete agency areas. So in that case, there is, it does seem like it fits in this general category, but I don't know enough specifics to know for sure, and maybe you can help me out.
So not to put him on the spot, Patrick, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, is this something that you want to respond to now, or do we need to, I say take a break, is it a later thing? So I'm going to ask you to please address whatever necessary to keep us within the scope of our responsibility, not create a problem when we're trying to solve one.
Sure. And let me make sure that I'm understanding what it is you're potentially going to do. It sounds like what you want to do is add to the list of examples of protected areas, supplement the list of examples of protected areas. Is that correct?
That seems to be the case based off of Councilmember Choctooth's comments. Everyone agree with that?
Yeah, this is Kent, and let me just see if we have an S there that says Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. Are we talking about adding a T that would say Advisory Council from the 9 tribes?
I think that, so for the record, Todd Cornett, I think what we need to do is clarify, this is just a placeholder, so it would be specific locations or areas designated by the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. And I think, and then certainly Councilmember Choctooth can chime in if I got that wrong. It's essentially those certain areas that are, related, that are significant or important to, the 9 federally designated tribes in Oregon that are also, established as sites or locations by ACHP. So I think we probably need to figure out the exact language to represent that, but that's the basic idea, at least as I understood it.
Councilmember Choctooth, did you say religious or cultural sites identified by the ACHP?
Yes, but the organization that really is in charge of taking care of that information is the State Historical Preservation Office, and we know them as SHPO. So they have all those on file, but those are also on file with the Advisory Council on Historic Places. So the actual agency that would be probably our contact would be the State Historical Preservation Office. And some tribes are under Senate Bill 230 or 238, I believe it is, and they're governed partially by state law.
This is Kent. It kind of sounds to me like S may capture what we're needing to address what Councilor Choctooth has raised.
Okay, so I'm going to pause the conversation now and then go back and ask Patrick if we've clarified what we think the question is.
Yes, because my question is, what you're seeking to do, by my understanding, is not to change the definition, but just to supplement the list of examples of what would qualify as a protected area. I believe the answer to that is yes, that's what you're seeking to do.
Yes.
So I believe it would add a new category to the list.
Can you scroll up, Chris, and show the prefatory language to these
There.
So it would still, anything that's in these categories, the way I'm reading this, would still have to be it would have to be designated for protection under either federal or state law as one or more of the following. Okay. And then what we're saying now, can you go down to our potential new? And so it would have to be designated by the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation as a protected area. That's what we're seeking to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or is it SHPO? Is it designated by SHPO?
SHPO holds, oh, this is Perry Chalk, Chair Grill.
Okay.
They safeguard that information, but it's all on file with the Advisory Council on Historic Places. The whole idea of recording a cultural site is to make it eligible for the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. But SHPO holds all the information for the state and federal agencies, the Forest Service, but it's all on file with the ACHP.
This is handling.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Because it's included at the state at SHPO, isn't that the designation?
This is Perry Chalktooth again. SHPO works to make it eligible for the list of historic places, and that's going through the ACHP. But SHPO looks at it as being eligible or not eligible to send it to Washington, D.C.
So, council members, if I may interject. So I believe if we were looking at adding sites listed on the National Register of Historic Places to the list of protected areas, I think that makes sense as a category of protected areas. But I do want to point out that sites that are either determined by SHPO to be eligible for listing on the National Register or are listed on the National Register are also protected under the Historic, Cultural, and Archaeological Resources Standard. So it would be good to understand how those two standards might overlap or interact. So I just want to throw that out there as another kind of thing to keep in mind, that we do have a process for identifying some of these sites, although we also have a rulemaking kind of on the schedule to look at how that standard is working and whether it's really consistent with both, I think, the federal process for identifying things more like cultural and religious sites that aren't, so aren't necessarily like the discrete historic or archaeological sites that we have been dealing with, I think, in most of our reviews.
Chris, when you had discussions with the stakeholders, did these type of sites, did they come up in the discussions at all? And with regard to this rulemaking?
Patrick, no, I do not believe there were any comments or discussion about tribal resources or historic or cultural sites as part of this rulemaking project, although we have heard comments about them just in general. We did get, I will say, we did get one inquiry from a representative of the Yakima Nation just about this rulemaking project and how it was moving forward and how the interest of that tribal government may be represented in this process. But it was mainly, it was mainly an informational meeting. So there were specific recommendations or advice given as part of that meeting.
So that's one potential concern, is if if we're adding something that the folks, the stakeholders haven't had an opportunity to comment on. I think that, I have a limited understanding what this might achieve that isn't already addressed under our historical and cultural resources standard. If there are areas that this potentially would cover that aren't protected under the historic and cultural resources standard, I think we need to understand that, and then have the discussion with stakeholders as to whether or not is it appropriate to expand this rule to include those types of areas. So that's my concern, isn't so much do we have the authority to include these areas in the protected area, but we're adding it at a point in our process where we haven't received stakeholder input and discussion about it.
So, sorry, this is like a lot. I did not even remotely think that this was going to be such a complicated topic. Christopher, where do you feel that we are based off of Patrick's comments that in order to move forward, council members?
Council members, my recommendation, I think hearing Patrick's input and the other conversations, is that I think, we need to better understand this issue. And also, I think it would be beneficial to get, at least to provide the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon with the opportunity to provide some input on a specific recommendation as well. So I would recommend that we do a little more work on this particular issue and come back to you with a specific recommendation. I think that still leaves you with the decision of whether or not you would want to move ahead with the rest of the draft proposed rules now with the notice, and then notice this change separately, which is plausible. We would just have, rule changes on 2 different tracks, but we could reconcile that at the final rule adoption period. It just may create some, I think, confusion with the timeline. So, that if we did want to move forward with the rest of it, we could. But if we wanted to make this happen at close to the same time, there may be some procedural stuff that we need to deal with just making sure that there's clear opportunities for public comment. If you wanted to defer this to a completely different rulemaking, you could do that too. But I think I would recommend that we address this issue first, I guess.
Marcy, this is Hanley.
Members, thanks, Hanley. Yes.
I agree with Christopher. I think we probably ought to put this off until May and have the staff evaluate whether or not this issue is already covered under the historical and cultural resources standard. Because if it's not adequately covered there, then we certainly need to address it here. I am concerned that we would be expanding the definition of protected areas. So I think that's the issue that needs to be evaluated as to whether it's already adequately addressed or whether we need to supplement this here as well.
Thank you for that. I just want to, just for point of clarification, Todd, as we say May, do we need to be explicit in saying May, or do we just need to say a future meeting? I don't want to create, again, anything that's going to pull us later. So,
Thank you, Chair Burrell. I think we would certainly try to do it in May, but some of these things can take longer than we anticipate. So I would just say a future meeting, and we would, try to do it in May if we could, but it could move to June as well.
Okay, thank you. So then in terms of what Christopher's saying about having, sort of 1 track versus 2, in my opinion, everything should stay together, but that's just me. What the rest of council members, what do you want to do based off of Christopher's comments, suggestions?
This is Cindy. I think the simpler the better. And so keeping them together, I would agree, keeping them together would be preferable to me.
Thank you. Others?
Ms. Hanley, we're here. Let's do it.
Okay, we've got two opinions. Kent, Perry,
Yeah, this is Kent. I think it probably makes sense to keep it together for just reducing any public confusion.
thank you. Perry?
Let me get this understood. When you say keep it together, we're talking about keeping S in there?
Well, Christopher make sure I don't misstate, but he was saying we could continue moving forward and separate things out, or just keep everything and wait till we get the information that we're requesting and then have the rulemaking together versus separating the two different pieces out. And if I need to say it differently, Christopher, please say it differently.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, I think the two options, I think that's correct. The two options before you would be, I think we could move forward with proposed rules without us today, or we can do a little more work and come back to you with a recommendation about including S and whether an S is needed and how it should be included. Basically, whether or not S is covered in other rules or not, I think is what Councilmember Jenkins asked us to look at.
Thank you. And so that, just trying to get a little opinion from the council members. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but everybody's had an opportunity to speak on it. Just want to make sure we come back to you. So would you like to proceed, or do you want to wait?
This is Cindy. I guess I'd prefer to
Yeah.
wait until we have the information.
And I think that's what I've said, and Kent Hanley was saying we're here. And so I just wanted to give Perry an opportunity if he wanted to weigh in. Otherwise, I think we've.
Chair Grill?
Yeah.
I would suggest that we wait also till we get the necessary information.
Okay, thank you. So Christopher, I think the majority of the council members would like to wait and defer until we get the rest of the information, and with your and Todd and Patrick's guidance, whatever words we need to say to do that, please advise.
Chair Grill, excellent, thank you. Councilmember Condon, I see you have your hand up.
Sorry, actually, I have a question after you speak to Chair Grail's question.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Chair Grill, I believe that direction is clear. We can come back to you with, I think, a little more information about what resources are currently covered by the Historic, Cultural, and Archaeological Resources Standard and how, and whether there's a gap there. I think we will also take the time to, we can reach out on this issue to the 9 federally recognized tribes now and get their input on this and the rest of the rule package during the informal rulemaking. We've kind of come up with a procedure to do that, but that started after this rulemaking was really initiated. So I think that would be a good thing to do regardless of this issue. Yeah, and then we will come back to you at a future council meeting, kind of, I think, based on when we hear feedback and what that feedback is.
Okay.
I think that leaves us with whether or not you want to hear the rest of the conversation on the comments we have or not, but I'll let you speak to that after Councilmember Condon makes.
So we'll let Cindy address her question, a comment, and then we'll make a decision on that. Go ahead, Cindy.
Okay, thank you. I think we discussed this in the last meeting, and I realize this might cause concern about expanding the protected areas, but it appears there's a conscious decision to remove any lower level, like a county designation. Is there such thing as a county designation for a protected area? Certainly not recognized here, but is that a consideration anywhere for protected areas?
Councilmember Condon, so local, yeah. Protected areas designated by local governments aren't typically included in the protected areas standard. If a local government were to have like a conservation area that they went through the process of getting included on the state register of natural areas, that would be a state natural area. Local parks and recreation opportunities and state scenic resources are addressed through the scenic resources and recreation standards separately. Those are obviously treated a little different. We did get comments saying that the standard should be expanded to include those local level resources, but we think, well, and I should mention, we think that between the land use standard, which takes local ordinances into effect and planning considerations into account, the recreation standard and the scenic resources standard, we think significant local resources would be covered under those standards, just not under the standard.
And have we found that to be true in previous projects and hearings and whatnot from comments made there? You know, has there ever been an issue with respect to a county area that certainly didn't meet a standard here, but people raised it as an issue?
Councilmember Condon, I am aware of instances where a local government has raised concerns about impacts to a park or recreation opportunity, but those concerns have mostly come up in the context of the recreation standard. I am not aware of counties wanting a local resource to be a protected area when it wasn't, but I cannot answer that question definitively. And I don't know if maybe Secretary Cornett has a better answer than that.
For the record, Todd Cornett. No, my understanding is the same. You know, I think as Chris has mentioned, whether it's local government or other interested parties have raised concerns about parks and how those are protected. But I don't believe, at least I'm not aware of anybody making a recommendation that it should be a protected area under the protected area standard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that conversation. So then that goes back to council. Do you want to hear the rest of the comments, or do you want to pause at this time?
Yeah, this is Hanley. Marcy, I'd like to hear the rest of the comments while we're here.
Thank you, Hanley. Anyone else have a comment on that suggestion,
Yeah.
preference?
This is Ken. I think it makes sense to proceed on through the other comments as well.
Thank
This
you,
is-
Cindy or Perry.
This is Cindy. I agree.
This is
All
Perry.
right.
I agree.
All right, you unanimously have a council that would like you to proceed, Christopher.
Excellent. Thank you, council members, for that discussion. Well, here we go. There was a specific written comment that touched on this issue directly, and my apologies that it slipped my mind, but we did get comments that local and tribal parks should be included as protected areas. That came in writing on this last issue. Again, there wasn't specific designations listed there, but we can look at these more closely. We got a commenter that recommended an additional BLM category of lands called lands with wilderness characteristics be added as protected areas. That commenter also recommended that the council look at critical habitat, which is habitat designated to protect species under the Endangered Species Act, state conservation opportunities areas, which is similar kind of habitat areas that are, I identified as being important to say conservation species. And then other conservation areas established in federal wildlife management plans, such as sagebrush focal areas and lake sessional reserves, be included in the list of designated protected areas. A lot of these comments were in the context of other discussion that happened, that the protected areas standard includes a lot of protected areas that are designated to protect their ecological value. The kind of impacts that are specifically mentioned in the application requirements really speak to human use impacts. So things like impacts on scenic values, impacts on recreational opportunities, visibility. It doesn't speak directly to impacts on the ecosystem services that those protected areas. It doesn't exclude consideration of the impact center. So that's kind of a broader conversation that we think is largely unaddressed. It should be kind of continue to go forward as we look at the application process review. More in general,
Hey, Chris.
a recommendation on these specific categories.
So I don't know if it's the distance from the computer, but it's like your your voice is catching in different sort of ways. It's either a little echo. So yeah, maybe just, and that, again, you may just be at like that sort of distance where it's sort of varying. So just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you, Secretary Cornett. I'll try to speak up, and I may be opining a little bit and drifting off. So I'll try to keep it clear. Okay, so, and then the final issue on this set of comments was that that the department should be required to provide maps and lists of all protected areas, either in the rule or as a separate resource. As we mentioned, we are working on compiling a separate resource that has at least a listing of the protected areas we are aware of now. There is also a data layer that's included, or that will be included in the ARESA project, that identifies areas included in the protected areas database of the U.S. that's published by the U.S. Geological Survey. That list does not quite match up with our standard, but the way that the ARESA layer has been edited, I believe, is a pretty close match. For the issue on the exception for linear facilities located in a protected area, there is the standard we're recommending would be that alternatives have been considered, reasonable alternatives have been considered, and I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing, and that the alternatives selected would have less impacts on resources protected by the council standard, as the criteria that must be met before a transmission line can be sited in a protected area. Some commenters recommended that the rule should specifically recommend a certain amount of alternatives be considered. I think the recommendations were, either specify more than 2 or specify, I think, specifically 4. And then some commenters recommended that any alternatives that were approved through the NEPA process, if that protected area is on federal land, should be included in the analysis used to support the council's findings. This kind of goes back to, I think, some just concerns about how the FSEC process and the NEPA process overlap. I think it's still the council's position that the council does not have the authority to require a specific alternative or project be proposed. It's the council's job is to review what is proposed by the applicant and determine whether that proposal meets the standards or not. As far as the number of alternatives, I don't have a specific recommendation there. We think saying that alternative or reasonable alternatives need to be considered is sufficient to ensure that that there was some analysis. This overlaps with the NOI and application information requirements that require the applicant to describe how they came up with proposed routes and how that process happened. So we think it's covered without other changes. Moving forward to issue 7. So several commenters recommended that in addition to require review of state management plans in the scenic resources standards, instead of just adding state management plans, we also require a review of plans developed by private land trusts and conservancies in determining whether or not scenic resources are significant or important. We do not recommend moving forward with that change or that recommendation just because land management plans developed by private entities aren't subject to the same sort of public processes or reviews that state, tribal, and federal and local land management plans are. So that would be more of an apples to oranges kind of thing. Other commenters, well, kind of the same set of commenters also recommended that there should be a process for the public to nominate significant or important scenic resources, or there should be some more open inventory process for scenic resources. That is something we think could be addressed through separate rulemaking. I know one commenter in particular wanted some of these changes to be implemented now, even understanding that separate rulemaking process may go forward. And then finally, one commenter just said that they opposed including state scenic resources in the scenic management plan because they thought it would limit the areas available for renewable energy development. Moving forward to issue 8, I think the date for effective protected area designations for looking at the general applicability of these revised standards. Several commenters recommended that an earlier goalpost for determining applicability of standards should be used. They wanted that to go back to the date of preliminary application or preliminary request for amendment. Others thought that any goalpost is inappropriate and that the council should make all decisions based on the standards in effect at the time the council approves or denies the site certificate. As I mentioned before, one commenter in particular did not support the recommendation to address visual impacts assessments through a separate rulemaking and thought that the council should make changes now as part of this rulemaking, and then provided some specific recommendations for information requirements if the council moves forward with that sort of separate rulemaking approach. And that was the comments of Jim and Fuji Crider, if you want to see those specific comments. And then finally, we got one comment in particular that thought that there wasn't sufficient justification for this rulemaking project and recommended that the council terminate the rulemaking. So that is, in a nutshell, the comments that we received. And again, my apologies for not commenting the issues that we talked about in detail about tribal resources. They did come up in these public comments, so I just want to make that clear, and my apologies for misstating that earlier. So the remaining things I have is just fiscal and economic impacts. I reviewed this very early in the process, but as you know, when the council moves forward with proposed rules, we have to include a statement of need and a statement of fiscal impact, including a statement of how the proposed rules may impact small businesses. which is why we always have this particular slide. And then we just want to make it clear that because these rules would only apply to new facilities or new projects, including new requests for amendment, there wouldn't be direct fiscal impacts. It wouldn't directly cost anybody money. Indirect impacts could occur, and those include impacts resulting from the protection of additional designated resources, and the potential indirect impacts of there being less land available for development. Those aren't things that we can really quantify because they depend from project to project. And then we do not believe any small businesses would be affected by these proposed rules. A small business under the state law is a business with 50 or fewer employees, and a business that's unaffiliated, because most of our developers are either project-specific LLCs that are affiliated with a larger company, or have more than 50 employees, either directly or indirectly. They don't qualify as small businesses. So that is our recommended statements of fiscal and economic impact. Since we are coming back to you with proposed rules at a later date, we will go ahead and get the draft statement ready for your review at that time as well. And then we can skip over these recommendations since we are not moving forward with proposed rules at this time. And I'll just move it to the council's deliberation and see if you have any final comments or any additional issues you'd like us to address when we come back to you with the additional information about including cultural religious sites in the list of protected areas.
Thank you, Christopher. Any questions, comments?
So Marcy, this is Hanley. Christopher, you don't
Yes,
need any
Hanley.
action at this time from us, do you? Yeah, okay. So this ended up just being informational today. Thank you.
If the council
Thanks,
wishes,
Hanley.
you could formally deny our request for authorization, but I do not believe you need to do that.
Patrick, do you want to weigh in, make sure? Todd, do we need to do anything formal or just we're good as is?
I think you put on the record that you're going to consider this again at a future meeting. That's sufficient.
Thank you. Well, then if there's nothing else, I will just say, Christopher, thank you. That was a lot of information, and we got through it. And everyone, thank you for your comments. Perry, clearly you've brought some experience and knowledge that helped, was ultimately going to help make this rulemaking better. So thank you to everyone for your participation in that. If there's no further comments, then our next agenda item is public comment period, which is an information item. And this time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that is not otherwise closed for comment, which includes the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line proposed order. I'm going to turn it over to Nancy and Wally, I assume, and see if we have anyone who wishes to make comment at this time.
Nancy, can you remind people how to raise their hand?
Madam Chair, for the record, this is Chris Clark. Since I have control of the screen, I can go ahead and just let people know that if you would like to make a comment, there is a little hand icon at the bottom right of your window. If you so-
Thank you, Chris. I do have a question. Daniel Saras, I'm going to unmute your mic. You are unmuted. Go ahead with your question.
Awesome. Thank you, council members and staff. I really appreciate, first of all, the direction on how to unmute. That was, took me a second to find it, so appreciate that. And then I wanted to start by saying I really appreciated hearing the conversation that just happened and express support for the approach of making sure that there isn't a huge gap left in the scenic areas rulemaking. And thank you to Councilmember Choctu for identifying that so directly. I wanted to talk about the carbon dioxide rulemaking, which is up next on your agenda, and just say that there is a pretty clear standard set forward in the legislation on this issue. And I think what we're really hoping is that we not see thermal plants skirt the very clear intent of the language, which was no carbon emissions emitted from thermal generation. So there isn't a lot of wiggle room in the definition of a non-emitting resource. And so I do think that the rulemaking could be an opportunity that's important for public engagement, understanding of that, but also it's really important, as the staff report said, to keep it focused on those things that are within the council's ability, given the clear legislative direction. Finally, I just wanted to flag that we will have some comments and potential concerns about the proposed order for the next renewables exemption, the renewable diesel facility proposed at Port Westport. There are issues that, we're just trying to understand whether everything is consistent between the different state agencies and also in terms of assessing the overall greenhouse gas impact of the project. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your careful deliberation on these issues that are so important to all of Oregon, and look forward to participating more in the rulemaking.
Thank you for those comments, Dan. Are there other commenters?
Madam Chair, I do have Jim Kreider. Jim, I'm going to go ahead and open your mic. You are ready for your comment.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciated listening to your deliberation on their protected areas. One thing I would like to mention, because as I look at protected and recreation areas, and as you look at the application from a utility for something, you're talking about when the application is complete. But you have to realize too that protected areas go through a similar application process. So they may have an application in and it's running through the bureaucratic process, and it may even be complete, but no decision has been rendered yet. So I think whatever you look at doing, the utility and a protected area need to be on equal footing, so that if an application is in for a protected area, it could take 2 years for that application to run through the process to get approved or denied. So that needs to be given some consideration of how do you give space for that protected area to move through that bureaucratic process. And if you have a hard deadline that an application is in for a site certificate, you might deny that site certificate, but yet the application is in. So we need to look for parity so that that application for a site certificate and the application for a protected area are considered equally within the bureaucratic time frame that it takes to get that approval. I thank you very much. That's my comment.
Thank you. Other?
Madam Chair, we have Max Yoklik. Mr. Yoklik, I'm going to unmute your mic. You are ready for your comment.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, council members, staff. This is Max Yoklik. I'm in-house counsel for New Sun Energy. And want to thank you for working to improve the energy siting process through rulemaking. And we especially support the department's efforts on things like ERISA to assist renewable energy siting and development to reach the state's clean energy targets under HB 2021. And we appreciate staff's recognition and discussion of the public comments that were submitted, including the comments submitted by industry stakeholders and those developers that are applicants before the council, and appreciate the proposed changes both based on those comments. Just wanted to talk a little bit more about issue 4, which is the definitions of protected areas. We value staff's consideration of the OSEA and Renewable Northwest comments regarding moving the word component. And we thank the staff for proposing these changes to the definitions, which I think now improves the clarity of the standards and better aligns with the objective of improving efficiency and effectiveness. But I did have a couple further comments, and I was wondering if Chris could pull up that red line with the highlights that he was proposing. Is that possible?
Council members, are there any objections to that?
No. I'm sorry. So you asked to pull up the red line. Chris, are we able to do that?
Madam Chair, yes. And if somebody could confirm if you can see the red line on the screen.
Yep. This is Cindy. See it.
Thanks, Chris, and thank you, Madam Chair. So we definitely agree with these changes to remove the word component, as that term isn't used under the federal statutes. I guess on subsection A, I'm a little unclear about the meaning of unit. So I think that might raise some of the same issues as component. So I'd recommend further evaluation of that word. Under subsection N, I think there was a recommendation to include the phrase "and related adjacent lands," and just flagging that appears to create additional ambiguity where there wasn't ambiguity before, as that term is not defined here or elsewhere in the rulemaking. And then just the last thing is on the federal land management plans. We noted in our letter some discussion about some of the potential problems of changing that definition from Bureau of Land Management plans to federal land management plans, as it's unclear which federal land management plans would be implicated. And having reviewed the history of this rulemaking, seems that perhaps the intent is to add experimental forest or ranges or special interest areas, which are protected areas designated by the U.S. Forest Service. So to the extent the council believes it's appropriate to protect those areas at the same level as everything else on this list, then we'd recommend removing the word federal land management plan and reverting it to a land management plan adopted by the Bureau of Land Management or the U.S. Forest Service, including, and then this list. But I think there could be more consideration and evaluation of whether those areas under U.S. forest plans require the same level of protection. And yeah, just wanted to raise those again. Thank you to staff for proposing these changes and considering all these comments. And thank you to the council for working on improving the FSEC goals to make renewable energy siting easier for applicants and help us reach our clean energy targets to combat climate change.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any further commenters?
I do not see any additional hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we do a last call for commenters, please. Okay, well, if there are no additional members of the public who wish to comment, then we are going to close this agenda item public comment period at 11:05 a.m. Thank you, everyone, for that. It is now time for a break. I am going to ask council members, how much time would you like? Is 15 minutes sufficient or too long?
Works for me.
All right. We will stop here at 11:05 for a break and reconvene at 11:20. Thank you, everyone. Okay, it is 11:20. Is everyone ready to resume?
I am.
Okay, well, we'll go with that. The time is now 11. At least, I mean, you spoke up. So the time is now 11:20 a.m. and I'd like to call the meeting back from recess and continue on with the next agenda item. The next item is agenda item E. This is the carbon dioxide emission standard rulemaking for 2022. This is an action item. Christopher Clark, Odo Senior Siting Analyst and FSEC Rules Coordinator, will handle this agenda item. Christopher, welcome back. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council members, once again, for the record, my name is Christopher Clark. I'm the Council's Rules Coordinator. So like in the last agenda item, today the Council will be considering staff's draft proposed rules for the 2022 carbon standards rulemaking. This is the first time this rulemaking project has been before you. So in addition to considering the draft proposed rules, this is really also a request to initiate formal rulemaking proceedings. Like agenda item C, I will provide background on this rulemaking project and its procedural history, provide a brief overview of the scope and objectives of the project, and then we'll summarize staff's recommendations. And then I will provide a quick summary of our draft fiscal impact statement that we intend to include in the notice of proposed rulemaking if the council approves us to move forward today. So, and I should say this is really background on the carbon standards and the new law in general. Most of this rulemaking is intended to implement the new requirements of House Bill 2020, which passed.
Excuse me. I don't know if anyone else is hearing, but it sounds like you're fading again.
My apologies, Madam Chair. Try to speak
Much
up. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So this rulemaking project is really intended to accomplish two things. One is to implement the new requirements of House Bill 2021, which passed during the 2021 legislative session. And the second is to update the existing carbon dioxide emission standards. So to provide some background on those existing standards, as you know, to issue a site certificate, the council must find that a fossil fuel power plant or other carbon dioxide emitting facility must demonstrate compliance with carbon dioxide emission standards. And particularly, it must demonstrate that its net carbon dioxide emissions rate will be below the allowable rate established in rule. And then if it's not, they must provide offsets for the additional emissions that exceed the rule. And applicants have done that in the past by providing funds to the Climate Trust. And that amount of offsets they have to provide is calculated based on the amount of emissions that are reasonably likely to result from the operation of the facility over a 30-year assumed life. And that amount is multiplied by a monetary offset rate, which is established in rule. The council has historically had the ability to increase or decrease that monetary offset rate, whether that's a 50% in any 2-year period. And I should say that's not just historical. The council currently has that authority, and any update must be based on the empirical evidence of the cost of offsets, and the council's finding that the standard will be economically achievable with the modified rate. So those existing standards were put in place in 1997, and the council conducted rulemaking to implement the new standards shortly after. Those standards are mostly found in Chapter 345, Division 24. In the 2020 session, the legislature passed House Bill 2021, which established new standards for fossil fuel power plants, and basically prohibited the council from issuing any new site certificate for a fossil fuel power plant unless the council finds that that facility will generate only non-emitting electricity. And I'll cover a little more about what that means in a minute. And then it also prohibited the council from amending a site certificate for an existing fossil fuel power plant unless the council finds that the amendment will not significantly increase the carbon dioxide emissions that are reasonably likely to result from the operation of the facility. These new standards took effect on September 25th, 2021. And we have not had any new applications for fossil fuel power plants since then. But we do believe that implementation of the new standards will help basically just clarify what is in effect now, what will apply to any new applications that do come in, and what the status of those existing standards is as they apply to other types of facilities like non-generating facilities that emit carbon dioxide emissions. So if you approve, we will be issuing the notice of proposed rulemaking sometime soon, and I'll cover the rest of the rulemaking schedule in a little bit. But as kind of a summary, as Mr. Sayers actually commented, many of the issues that we're looking at have limited council discretion. We believe that the legislature was fairly clear in the language it used in when adopting those new standards. However, there are some areas that we believe the council should clarify exactly how they will be implemented and when. And then also what information requirements will be needed to demonstrate compliance with those new standards. And then we also think that there is some need to update those existing standards. But again, the way that those existing standards can be updated are fairly prescriptive in statute. So rather than going through an informal process and appointing a RAF, we think it's appropriate to just move directly into formal rulemaking proceedings and rely on public input provided during the formal public comment period to see if the proposed rules are appropriate or not. So we've kind of consolidated the first three steps on this slide into today's presentation. As I mentioned, if you do decide to move forward with the proposed rules after today, there will be a formal public comment period, and we are recommending that the council schedule a hearing as part of that comment period to allow additional opportunities for public comment before you consider permanent rules. So as I mentioned, well, and I guess I'll stop and just see if there's any questions about that or where we're at with this project.
Any questions for Chris at this time? Sounds like there are none right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I mentioned, we believe this rulemaking is needed to implement House Bill 2021. That bill enacted a new law in ORS Chapter 469, and that's codified under 469-413. I put the precise language of the statute up on the screen now, but as I mentioned, and to paraphrase, basically requires two things. If there is a site search application for a new fossil fueled power plant, the council must determine that that new facility would emit only non-emitting electricity, and non-emitting electricity is defined as electricity that is produced and can be stored in a manner that does not emit any greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. So just a couple notes there. We believe that a fossil fueled power plant includes things like gas plants and coal plants and those thermal power plants that we're used to seeing. But we think it would also include like a fuel cell power plant that produces electricity from from hydrogen produced from fossil fuel sources. And it could include some other things. And we also want to clarify, well, and then one other thing is that this standard incorporates all greenhouse gas emissions rather than the council's current standards, which are just focused on carbon dioxide emissions. And then finally, I think one point of clarification is that we don't believe this standard prohibits any new fossil fuel power plants from being developed. It would allow a fossil fuel power plant to obtain a site certificate if they can demonstrate that they will avoid all emissions through the use of carbon capture or sequestration technology or something similar. So if they can prevent any greenhouse gases from being released in the atmosphere, they would still be allowed. We also think that the legislature intended for this not to apply from more conventional power plants that produce electricity from renewable fuels. So a renewable hydrogen facility or a facility that operated completely on renewable natural gas would likely still be allowed, although we just want to make it clear that I am not aware of any commercially available facilities that operate on that technology right now. So the second part is really related to existing facilities. And as I mentioned, that second part says that the council may not approve the amendment of a site certificate if the change requested for the amendment would significantly increase the gross carbon dioxide emissions that are reasonably likely to result from the operation of the energy facility. The legislature did not define exactly what a significant increase in gross carbon dioxide emissions would be. So we do think that the council will need to define what it considers to be a significant increase. The council could do that through the siting process, but we think there would be some benefit to clarifying how the council will approach that question in rule to the extent possible. And then, so like I said, the new law is in effect, and it took effect in September of last year. The council doesn't actually need to do anything for that law to be effective, but we do think that because the current rules reference the existing carbon dioxide or the carbon dioxide emission standards that were in effect prior to September 25th, 2021, that some clarification would be helpful, and particularly that what the information requirements would be needed to meet the new standards rather than the existing standards or the previous standards. As I mentioned, the legislature didn't define what level of change would significantly increase gross carbon dioxide emissions. So we think the council should conduct the rulemaking to clarify that. And then finally, the standards that were in place before 2021 are still on the books and they're still in statute, and we still have several facilities that were cited using those standards. And there may be some circumstances where those standards continue to apply in the future. So we believe that at least one additional update of the emission standards are justified. And then the council may want to continue to revisit this question in the future or not. But for now, we think that it is worth going through the exercise of updating both the emission standards and the monetary offset rate at least one more time. And I'll explain that a little further as we go through this presentation. So the scope would be just to implement the new law and update those carbon dioxide emissions standards and rules. And then the objectives I have listed here correspond to the issues in your issues document. And we think that addressing those 4 issues is sufficient to address the scope of this project. Those objectives are to implement the standard for new fossil fuel power plants and amend the application requirements accordingly, The second would be to implement the standard for existing fossil fuel power plants and explain how the council will determine what a significant increase in gross carbon dioxide emissions is. The third issue would be to update the existing carbon dioxide emission standards based on the most efficient technology currently operating in the United States. And then the fourth would be to update the monetary offset rate based on empirical evidence of the current cost of offsets. So I'm going to go through those one by one, but feel free to stop me at any time if you have questions or if you'd like me to bring up the proposed rule language that we have to implement any of these issues. So I've covered this already, but the new standard for new fossil fuel power plants is that that facility must generate only non-emitting electricity, and non-emitting electricity is defined as electricity that is generated and may be stored in a manner that does not emit greenhouse gas into the atmosphere. Already covered this a little bit, but like we said, fossil fuel power plants that can avoid 100% of their emissions are likely still allowed. I've provided a few examples of what those might look like. On the right side of your screen on the top there is just a rough diagram of a carbon capture system that strips the CO2 out of the emissions coming out of the facility and then pumps it into a storage facility. There's different processes for doing that. I believe most of them are still in kind of the testing phases, but I actually think there are some of these facilities becoming commercially operational now. And then on the bottom there is a hydrogen fuel cell plant that uses hydrogen from, I think it's natural gas or coal that just opened in South Korea. So like I said, those sorts of fossil fuel power plants, we could get applications for them in the future, and we kind of want to have the rules ready to address those sorts of applications if we got them. Based on the type of technology that emerges in the future, you know, we may need to make other adjustments, but we've tried to write the proposed rules in a way that can address any type of technology that we would see. As I said, thermal power plants, combustion turbines, and other technologies like fuel cells that generate electricity from fuels derived from renewable sources are also likely allowed, and we do not believe the new requirements of 469, 413 apply to those facilities. I think it's less clear whether our carbon dioxide emission standards would continue to apply, but because those currently reference fossil fuel power plants as well, we do not believe that they necessarily would. But I'll put a question mark on that. And that is primarily because those kinds of facilities, they do emit carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases, but those greenhouse gases are really recycled from what's already in the atmosphere. So if you have a plant that burns biomass, the plants that fuel was derived from took carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. And so it's more cycling rather than a net contribution. And like I said, there's been a lot of interest in hydrogen fuel development and hydrogen energy development in the state. Hydrogen and natural gas both can be derived from fossil fuels or from renewable sources. And so we believe that we've proposed some language in the application requirements that would require the applicant to disclose where basically the fuel that they're burning comes from, because the technology can be the same, and even the fuel at its end use source can be the same regardless of how it's produced. So I think it's pretty straightforward that there's a no change alternative, and just say the statute is the statute and that's what it is, or we can adopt the new rules. And as I've described, so we have recommended that second thing, that we adopt new rules. Specifically, we've recommended that the council amend the general carbon dioxide emission standards rule to reflect the language in 469-413-1, and then clarify that those standards apply to the review of an application for a new fossil fuel power plant. And then we've made some proposed revisions to the NOI information requirement rules and the application information requirement rules to clarify what information any thermal power plant, I should say, or other, I guess, hydrocarbon-based power plant must provide when they submit their application, so we can determine what standard applies. And if you'd like me to pull that language up, I can. I do understand that there was a little bit of a mix-up with what was sent to you, so if you haven't had a chance to review the red line, I can pull that up now. Just let me know.
What, does anyone need Christopher to pull up the red line?
This is Cindy, and I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Christopher, if you'd please pull that up.
Thank you, Councilmember Condon and Chair Grail. Yeah, just give me 1 second to find the right section.
And this is Cindy. Can I ask a question as well while you're working on bringing that up? With respect to thermal and fossil fuels, is the question about, you know, this renewable cycle of carbon dioxide related to time? You know, if we're using waste to derive energy from, that's a pretty quick time frame, I guess, versus fossil fuels, and this is testing my science background, that would some people argue that fossil fuels is renewable because certainly that's a certain kind of waste from millions of years ago, but it's organic at its beginning. I just want to understand what might be making the difference.
Councilmember Condon, I think that is one way to look at it that's appropriate. I think the other way is that those fossil fuels, because you're right, it is both, you know, hydrocarbons that were once in the atmosphere. I think the difference is that for fossil fuels, you know, geological processes have taken those hydrocarbons, those greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere and sequestered them underground. And when we pump them out of the ground and burn them, you know, it puts that carbon back in the atmosphere. Whereas renewable fuels are just recycling what's already in the atmosphere today. So when you burn a fossil fuel, you're making the problem worse. You're adding new greenhouse gases to the atmosphere that have been, you know, removed from it and stored somewhere for millions of years. And when you're burning a renewable fuel or like wood, you know, that's something that, yeah, has been, you know, was in the atmosphere on some time frame. I mean, whether that's a year or 100 years, but, you know, burning those wouldn't necessarily contribute to global warming because it's just atmospheric carbon. If that makes sense.
Thanks. It just sounds like it's a timing, millions of years versus a shorter time period. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I think that's a way to look at it. Whether we're looking at atmospheric carbon on a geological time frame or atmospheric carbon on like a human lifespan time frame is, or the lifespan of a tree, you know, is the big difference. So I brought up the draft language for the new standard. and this would be using a similar construction to what's in 413. It basically just summarizes the new law, and then we insert the definition of non-emitting electricity in the place of that phrase in the standard, just to make it a little more clear. If you want me to go up to the information requirements, just let me know.
Anyone need additional? So Christopher, just as a reminder, I can't see their screen or their faces right now. So if you can help read the room, if you feel free, by all means.
Great. Well, I'll just look for a thumbs up when everybody's ready to move on. Okay, great.
Thank
We are
you.
getting thumbs up all around.
All right.
Okay, so that is the new standard for existing power plants, or for new power plants. For existing fossil fuel power plants, like I said, I think things are a little more complicated. The new law provides that the council may not approve the amendment of an existing site certificate if it would significantly increase the gross carbon dioxide emissions that are reasonably likely to result from the operation of the energy facility. Neither the Chapter 469 or House Bill 2021 defines what constitutes a significant increase. The council's own definition of significant isn't very specific either, so we don't think it is sufficient to really define what this means. But we do want to point out that the new law was adopted in the context of a much larger bill that did also set new clean energy targets. It is basically directing, the state energy system to reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 0 to 0 on a relatively quick time frame. There's other programs in there, and that there were, discussion around this change that basically said it would eliminate or preclude the substantive expansion of any existing fossil fuel power plants in Oregon. So that's kind of the context that this new law came about in, and we think that might be informative to the council's decision on how you'll approach the question. I did want to just make you aware of what the current, universe of existing fossil fuel power plants are in Oregon. There are 9 active site certificates out there right now for fossil fuel power plants. 2 of those we know can be operating in the future. The Boardman coal plant began, decommissioning in 2020, and I think they're in the final stages of terminating their site certificate now. The Perennial Wind Chaser Station site certificate is still active, but there's been indications from that certificate holder that they have permanently ceased construction of that facility. Although the exact request for termination is still outstanding, I believe. So that leaves 7 operational fossil fuel power plants that we believe this new standard will apply to. And those range in vintage. So, the oldest one is the Hermiston Generating Plant, which was approved in 1994. And the newest is the Carty plant. I've included this column on the very right-hand side just to show that the existing carbon dioxide, or the carbon dioxide emission standards in 469503 applied to most of the operational power plants. And I'll talk about this a little bit in the future, but the newer ones, so at least Port Westward or Klamath Generating, Peakers, and Carty, and maybe one of the other ones as well, contain language that allow them to have some operational changes that result in incremental increases in emissions without an amendment, as long as they comply with the carbon dioxide emission standards and monetary offset rate in place at the time those changes occur. So I'll come back to that, but just know that these newer ones could still be subject to the carbon dioxide emission standards in place now, without having to go through the process of getting an amendment, but that'd be for only very, I think, small changes. So to get back to this issue, there are kind of three ways that I've identified that different agencies look at significant increases in emissions. The first is to look at just a set amount of carbon dioxide, and that is what the EPA tried to do in their Clean Air, their prevention of significant deterioration rules that were issued under the Obama administration, but were subsequently overturned. And they set that amount as an absolute limit. So a significant emitter or a significant modification to an existing emitter was defined as, well, I do not have the number in front of me, so I won't miss, but it was in terms of how many tons per year it would emit. And I can pull that number up if you need me to. So the second way would be to look at it as a relative increase based on the size of the facility. So we could say, you know, you can't increase your emissions by more than 5 or 10%. If it goes above that, that would be a significant increase. Or we could say that any change or any increase, net increase in carbon dioxide that requires an amendment would be significant in and of itself. And that is basically the approach we're recommending the council follow, in part because, as I mentioned before, most of the site certificates have an allowance for incremental increases in carbon dioxide emissions that result from operational changes or design changes that are allowed without an amendment. So I think our rule would basically say if you do a change that's not otherwise an incremental change that's allowed by your site certificate, that is significant. And it's a little, I hope that's clear. It's actually like a little circular, I think, in its logic, but I think because we have that existing terminology in the site certificates, it's the most straightforward way to deal with this. And I do have the language that we proposed on the next slide, if that might be a little more clear. So our proposed language would basically say that an incremental increase in capacity or heat rate resulting from the changes that otherwise fall within the limits of Division 27, Rule 353, subsection 1. And I can pull that language up, but basically that says if the change does not result in a increase in the number of generators or an increase in fuel consumption that exceeds 10%, it's a minor modification. That would not significantly increase the gross carbon dioxide emissions. Or to paraphrase, incremental increases are not significant increases in carbon dioxide emissions, but everything else is. And so yeah, here would be the criteria for determining whether an increase is incremental or not. Oops.
Sorry, Chris. Councilmember Condon, did you have a question?
Thank you. Yes, I did. So in the language that you just read in the statute, I think, for the rule, it had an incremental change not more than 10%. And I'm just curious if that then does set the what significant means.
Councilmember Condon, yes, and this is how the council has determined whether or not an increase was significant enough to require an amendment in the past. So basically, the council has said if it's not a change that would increase the electrical generation capacity, would not increase the electrical generators and change fuel type or increase fuel consumption by more than 10%. No amendments required, but you have to provide any additional offset funds to offset any additional emissions that would incur from a change in your efficiency, basically. So if you, yeah, it's a little.
So that it just to clarify for me, so the 10% increase was on something other than emissions, but they'd have to offset the emissions that were generated from that 10% increase in generating capacity. Or
no, it's just fuel consumption.
Correct. Emissions are a function of how much fuel you burn and how efficiently you burn that fuel. So this is pretty attenuated, but it basically says you can increase your emissions if the underlying drivers of those emissions don't change significantly, I guess.
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jenkins, did you have a?
Well, this is Hanley. Changes exempt from requiring an amendment. So this really is the question of whether you're required to pursue an amendment. The 10% of fuel consumption increase, correct?
That is correct.
So I think that's
our rule would basically say if you have to get an amendment and that amendment involves an increase in CO2 that wouldn't, if the increase was resulted from a change like that, wouldn't require an amendment in and of itself, then it's not a significant increase. But if it's a change to one of these things and you would have to get an amendment anyways, then it's a significant increase in emissions. You have to do something to not increase your emissions level above what was approved, I guess.
okay.
Other questions, comments? Hearing none. So Christopher, sorry.
Sure.
Sorry. Okay, so at this point, hang on, I just want to make sure I understood. I was looking back at, I'm going to stop talking for a second because I just clicked on the wrong document again, so
sorry. Chair Grill, this is Kent. And so the
Go
way
ahead.
I'm reading and understanding this, if a generation facility was able to increase its generating capacity, it could do so, and as long as didn't affect the number of generators being used. It doesn't mean they couldn't switch out the generators for more efficient generators, as long as they didn't exceed the number of generators that they had at the site. They can't change the fuel type. Or wait, no. Yeah, they can't change the fuel type, they can't increase fuel consumption, and they can't enlarge the facility. So basically, if there's improvements that can be made through the generators, as long as they don't affect the number of generators and it doesn't increase fuel consumption by more than 10%, they can increase their generating capacity.
That's a good summary.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Howe. I believe that's correct. And yes, I believe you are correct also that they can make changes to the facility that reduce emissions. I think that's fairly straightforward. So if they are building a bigger but much more efficient plant, that would go down. I think, those sort of questions and questions about changes intended to extend the operating life of the facility are something that the council will probably have to deal with on a case-by-case basis, just because we're really unable to anticipate, every eventuality. But this is just, our proposed rules is just accommodating what kind of changes they can make currently without getting a site certificate amendment and saying that those are still allowed. But if they do need an amendment, they basically can't increase their emissions at all. Council members, I think I will go ahead and move on from this issue, and we can revisit the language at the end if we need to. I will say it is it's a little esoteric, and I think I would expect that we may get some comments on helping to clarify this approach through the public comment period. And we will also continue to troubleshoot this to the extent that we can, in anticipation of the council's final decision.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Okay, so the third issue is updating the CO2 emission standards that are currently in rule. And basically, for the background, the statute says that the council may reset the carbon dioxide emission standard for baseload gas plants to 17% below the emissions rate of the most efficient combined cycle combustion turbine plant that is currently commercially demonstrated and operating in the United States. The council last updated the standard in 2018 when it established the current rate of 0.614 pounds of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour based on performance test data from the Grand River Energy Center Unit 3 in Oklahoma. And that facility is based on a Mitsubishi M501J gas turbine in a 1x1 combined cycle configuration. I'm going to use these combined cycle configurations a lot. Basically, a 1x1 combined cycle configuration means one combustion turbine to one auxiliary steam generator. So the heat that comes out of the combustion turbine is usually fed into like a steam recovery system, and that's used to power a second steam turbine generator. And you can hook up more than one combustion turbine to one steam generator to improve the efficiency of your plant. So a 2x1 facility would be 2 combustion turbines hooked up to one steam generator. A 2x2 would be 2 combustion turbines, 2, etc. I will refer to that a lot because that is kind of how the specifications are set out as well. So since 2018, there's been a few new combined cycle combustion turbine plants commissioned in the US. Talk about what we believe are the most efficient of those new plants in a minute. And then this is really just looking at baseload gas plants, but the council rules specify that the council may amend its other standards, including standards for non-baseload power plants, like peaker plants, and non-generating facilities, like gas compressor stations, to remain equivalent to the baseload standard. So we looked at both, we looked at a number of data sources to kind of try to narrow down what might be the most efficient gas plant currently operating in the United States. We looked at the US Energy Information Administration's data, as well as just kind of global data for what the most current gas technology is out there. The current Guinness World Book record holder for combined cycle efficiency is a plant that uses the GE 7H series turbines in Japan. I'm going to mix up the past two previous holders have been one plant in Japan and one plant in France. There are currently 2 facilities in the US using that same technology. So the Allen combined cycle power plant in Tennessee uses GE 7H turbines in a 2x1 configuration. And the Dania Beach Clean Energy Center in Florida is currently in its commissioning stages, but it also uses 7H 0.03 turbines, which are the newer, slightly more efficient model in a 2x1 commission. And that facility is expected to begin commercial operations in June. So I just want to point out that that is not technically currently operating, but we would expect it to be in operation by the time the council adopts final rules. And I guess this is where things get a little tricky. In the past, the council has looked at the field tested data to determine what the heat rate and the resulting emissions rate of those facilities are, in part because field test data is required to determine what the emissions rate of a facility that's actually sited in Oregon is. We don't believe that that same standard necessarily applies for the purposes of determining what the heat rate of the most efficient reference plant is. But I did want to point out that what we've recommended would be a departure from what the council has done in the past. I've listed the manufacturer's specified heat rate for the 2 power plants that we are considering as the reference plants. And so the heat rate is basically the lower the better. The less BTUs of natural gas you use to produce 1 kilowatt of electricity means that your plant is more efficient. So if we looked at the Allen plant, which has been in operation since 2018, that has a heat rate of 5,944 BTUs per kilowatt hour. The Dania Beach Center is slightly more efficient in that, or that configuration is slightly more efficient, which is 5,907 BTUs per kilowatt hour. I just want to point out that when we did this exercise in 2018, we looked at both test data and manufacturer's data, and the manufacturer's data is typically about 4% less than the field test data. Those differences are driven by a number of things like site specific conditions and then the specific fuel that they use. Some of that is kind of washed out by adjusting the field test data to what's called ISO conditions, and that's a standardized set of assumptions that you can use to make the data more comparable. But typically that 4% range is still what we see. And so if we were to fill in the rest of this chart with the assumed field, what we would expect the field test data to show, these would be slightly higher numbers, with the Allen facility being around 6,164 BTUs per kilowatt hour, and the Dania Beach facility being 6,125 BTU per kilowatt hour. So closer to what the current standard is, but still less. Okay, my header is wrong, but this is still correct. So we have recommended that the council update the standard based on the manufacturer's test data for the Dania Beach Clean Energy Center. Sorry, the manufacturer's specifications for the Dania Beach Energy Center. But we actually have requested field test data from both the Allen plant and the Dania Beach plant. We haven't had any responses yet, but we can continue to try to get that data for you. Whether or not you want to move forward with proposed rulemaking based on our recommendation is something you should make a decision about. Just noting that it is a departure from what you've done in the past. And then we would also carry through these changes to the other standards. And we wanted to note that the non-base load standard statute requires the council to make a determination of findings on 13 principles, which I can bring up in a second. We would be requesting comment on those 13 principles as part of the formal comment period, and then bringing you specific findings before you make your final decision. And then we would also recommend that you reset the non-generating standard, although the council has pretty much more discretion in doing that. So there's not those same set of findings required. This basically goes through the process of how you convert the manufacturer's specified heat rate, or the heat rate for a facility, to the standard. So you convert the heat rate to the emissions rate by basically multiplying it by how many pounds of carbon dioxide are in each BTU of natural gas, which gets you to 0.691 pounds of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour, and then just reduce that by 17%, which would get you to our recommended rate, or recommended standard of 0.574 pounds of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour. And so that's a reduction. And just a reminder, the current standard is 0.614 pounds of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour. And I didn't do the math to show you how much of a percentage decrease that would be, but it is a fairly significant change. And then the conversion from pounds of CO2 per kilowatt hour to pounds of CO2 per horsepower hours. It's not that interesting, but I included it here for just for your information.
So, Marcy, do you want us to wait? Do you want us to wait until we discuss whether we're going to use the facility-specific data or the manufacturer's data, or you want to do that now?
I would defer to Chris. It seems to me that it would be appropriate to get it out now, but it's, I don't want to disrupt his flow of this presentation. So, Christopher, are you fine with getting the information now?
Yes, please. The council's pleasure, however you'd like to address it.
Okay, Hanley, please share.
Okay, so I was involved in the recommendation in 2018 for the facility-specific data, and my concern is that manufacturers try to provide the best case scenario on their equipment for sale. And I just feel that we should use numbers that are real, that are based on existing conditions at the site. And so my position would be that we use the facility specific data rather than the manufacturer's data on this.
Thank you for that. Other council members?
This is Kent, and I agree.
Thank you, Kent.
This is Cindy, and I agree with that.
Thank you, Cindy. Terry?
I agree also.
Okay, well, I also concur. So there you have it, Christopher.
Well, thank you, council members. So I guess then this puts us in another process question, which is how you would like to proceed. I think that maintaining consistency with your previous discussion or decisions is perfectly fine. But so we do not have that data right now, and like I said, we have requested it, and we can get it. I believe we can get it for at least one of those facilities. I don't know if Dania Beach will have test data yet because they are not yet in commercial operation, but I believe they should have done their performance testing prior to commissioning. So we can either proceed with proposed rules, we can get you the data before you make your final decision, and you can change the rate then and your final decision based on what the test data show. We can wait until we have the test data for the whole package, or we can move forward with the other rule changes proposed now and address this issue separately. So kind of the same options that you had last time. And if you want to think about that and discuss it at the end, that's okay. But I think there's clear consensus that we do not want to use the manufacturer specifications as the reference for the final rules, at least.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments or questions related to what Chris just said? And do you want to wait till the end and make a determination?
This is Cindy. I have a quick question.
Yes, Cindy.
So Chris, did you say, I think I heard you say that there was a similar equipment installed in Japan?
Yes, it is a similar class of turbines used by the same manufacturer. They're General Electric things. One of those facilities uses a 9H turbine in a slightly different configuration, and I'm having a hard time remembering if it's the Japan plant or the EDF facility in France that uses the 7H turbines, but I can pull that up for you now if you'd like.
Well, I'm just curious if that information, if there's field test information available on that, does it give some indication of what we'd see?
Yes, there is. I think they provided their test data as part of the world record certification process, essentially. And that information, I believe, is publicly available. I will say that at least some of the manufacturers' data is based on testing conducted at their test stand in Savannah, Georgia. So they set up these turbines in a test configuration and run them. As Councilmember Jenkins pointed out, they are incentivized to operate the test stand under ideal conditions so that it, I think, produces the best results. And I think the manufacturer's specifications are what is attainable by these systems. So yeah, we could look and see if there's actual facility data available for those other two operating facilities.
Thanks. I was just curious if that were another path to more information. So thank you.
Chair Grill,
Yes,
just real quick, Chris, does the rule though require the standard to be based on commercially demonstrated operating facilities in the United States? So we couldn't use the Japan one.
Councilmember, how that is correct. It needs to be, the reference plant needs to be a facility that is using commercially demonstrated technology and is commercially operating in the United States. I think it's confusing that it has both of those criteria because obviously something that's in commercial operation is, or something that's in operation is commercially demonstrated. Maybe that is just saying that you can't use a test facility as your reference plant. The statute does not specify how the council must determine the net emissions rate of that facility in the same way that it specifies how the council must determine the emissions rate of an actual facility that's being proposed in Oregon. So there may be some more wiggle room there to use test data from a comparable facility like Councilmember Condon was maybe referring to just now. You know, I think there may be more flexibility in how we determine that, but the council in the past has used test data.
all right. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thanks.
Excellent. Any other questions at this time?
Well, I'd support going through the rest of the issues and then deciding how we want to proceed with the rulemaking at the end.
Thanks, Hanley. I have no problem with that. Unless anyone objects, Christopher, will you just continue, please?
Madam Chair, yes, I will continue. I'm going to skip over the slide about the 13 principles. These are found both in rule and statute. Only some of them are really applicable to a change in standard. And in the past, I think the council has made findings that a change in the standard based on how the base load plant standard is required to be calculated under the statute is consistent with these 13 principles. So so that's basically just the explanation there. But it's something the council has to include in the rulemaking record before you make your final decision is findings related to these 13 standards. Okay, so the last issue that we had was related to the update of the monetary offset rate. That rate, as I mentioned, is used to comply with the current emission standards. Because the standard is set to 17% below the most efficient plant in place at the time that the council sets the standard, almost all facilities have to offset at least some of their emissions. So if you were to say build the most efficient plant in Oregon, you would still need to offset 17% of your emissions under the existing standards. And all applicants to date use the monetary pathway to do that, and that is by paying the Climate Trust to basically invest in offset projects on behalf of the facility. The amount of money they need to pay to the Climate Trust is based on a monetary offset rate set in rule. And the statute provides that the council cannot change that rate by more than 50% in any 2-year period. And that any change must be based on the empirical evidence of the cost of offsets and the council's finding that the standard will be economically achievable with the modified rate for natural gas fired power plants. Since the carbon dioxide emission standards were established in 1997. The council has increased the rate 4 times, most recently in June of 2020, when the council set the current rate of 285. That means that effective July 1, 2022, the last rate was effective July 1, 2020. You can change the rate by up to 50%. We just wanted to provide a bit about the empirical evidence of the current cost of offsets. This graph shows the monetary rate over time set in rule, as well as where it would be after this proposed increase. It shows the average voluntary market price in yellow, which you can see is just below where we would end up. And I want to point out that that voluntary price includes a lot of different types of offset projects all across the world. It's not subject to necessarily the same restrictions or a rigor that compliance offsets typically are. So while it's a good indicator, we can expect that it's lower than what would be incurred to meet with the council standard. And that's kind of evidenced by the blue line, which is the average price calculated by the climate or incurred by the climate trust in actually investing in offset projects. The climate trust uses, they typically invest in forestry and land use offset projects and have a preference for local offset projects either in Oregon or the US, which are typically much more expensive than projects in, say, the global South or certain other things. I also wanted to just point out that the way that the Climate Trust calculates their average price is on a rolling basis. So the actual cost of offsets they incur in any given year are different. And when I got this data from them, they mentioned that, you know, they're currently looking at prices in excess of $10 per ton for their current contracts this year. So, Councilmember Condon.
Thank you, Chris. Just an update. So I'm just as your representative on the Climate Trust board, and the last review of this, the price paid was $13. So I'll just throw that out there. And there was some conversation about the offsets are getting harder to find, and at least one person projected that they're expecting to see 20. So just for what it's worth.
Thank you for sharing that, Cindy.
Well, so we would say, I guess, thank you, Councilmember Condon. And yeah, I would say that, you know, these data are conservative, and even with these conservative data, we think that there's sufficient evidence to justify the increase, but it is good to note that the actual costs are much higher than what we show here. And I agree. I also read through the Ecosystems Marketplace report on the state of the carbon offset market, and because states like Oregon are well, other states are, you know, all passing aggressive legislation to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, the demand is going up and the market is much more volatile than it has been in the past. So as I mentioned, we think there's sufficient evidence to justify the maximum increase allowed by statute. That would result in a rate of 427 per short ton of carbon dioxide. We took a look at how this would affect the overall construction costs of a new fossil fuel facility. assuming one could actually be built in Oregon. And we believe that the modified emission standards that we discussed before, so with our recommended modified emission standards, the overall cost of developing a new fossil fuel power plant would increase by approximately 4%. That's using the same economic model that we used in the last update and was reviewed by different stakeholders. So while it's definitely based on a lot of assumptions, we feel fairly confident that that's a good place to rely on. The actual cost of energy would not increase by 4%. It would be much smaller, per megawatt or per kilowatt basis, and it would likely be offset by the social benefits of emissions. Again, this is all kind of hypothetical because there won't be any new fossil fuel power plants have to offset their emissions in Oregon. But I think those findings could be applicable to things like non-generating plants. Given all those caveats, we recommend that based on all that, the increase is attainable and economically achievable for various types of power plants. On all that analysis, we recommend that the council increase the monetary offset rate by the maximum amount. But you could, of course, make no changes or change it by a different amount if you found that appropriate. And then, oh, sorry, I'll stop there to see if there's any other discussion on this particular issue.
Thanks, Chris. Does anyone have any comments?
So just, this is Hanley, just to be clear, it goes from 285 to 479?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Jenkins. I may have made an error in the staff report. It should be 427, I believe, is the.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I got too. Thank you.
Yeah, I may have gotten sloppy with my 10 key typing at some point in time. Any further comments on this?
This is Cindy.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Just a comment. I mean, I believe we should do this because it's the only thing we're allowed to do. But I think it's very, very clear that this monetary offset, although it might not be imposed because there's not going to be a fossil fuel plant, or likely not going to be a fossil fuel plant, it certainly is not adequate to offset at the rate today. So just a comment.
This is Hanley. I think we got behind in doing this several years ago.
That was the conversation. This is Marcy. That was the conversation back then. We were behind, and well, anyway. Okay.
All right. Councilmember Condon, the last time we went through this exercise, I did the math, and because every time we increase it, we can increase it a little bit more the next time. It does seem like if we were to be aggressive, which is kind of why we're bringing this rulemaking to you now, and the way that we're bringing it to you, and do it exactly every 2 years, we could have it up to the current market rates within 4 to 5 2-year cycles. So like within 10 years, we could have it up to about what we're actually seeing the prices being. But as you noted, this is we are bound to our statutory limitations, and so yeah, it is less than what we would probably need to actually ensure that the offsets actually happened. But I will speak a little bit more to the timing in a second. But hearing no other conversations, I'll go ahead and move on to my last slide. So in addition to the kind of substantive changes that we recommended, we just had some housekeeping changes that are mostly designed to remove the existing carbon dioxide emission standards from being a regular part of the siting process and moving them, keeping them on the books, but moving them to a less prominent position in the rules. So that would be amending the general applicability rule in Division 24 Rule 500, as I mentioned before, which would kind of say the new standards are what are important, and these existing standards are here for existing facilities, basically. We would be deleting just a few of the existing rules, which just do nothing else besides restate statute or restate what council statutory authority is, because they're kind of unnecessary. That's just a cleanup thing. And then we'd be recommending removing all of the carbon emission specific definitions from the definitions rule and moving them into Division 24. And then also, this is maybe slightly more than just a housekeeping change. We are recommending that the council adopt all the definitions of ORS 469-300 and 469-503 sub 2 by reference in the appropriate definitions rule. That basically means we can take out anything that says, a term means what it means in ORS chapter 469. And that is just an editorial preference thing, but it does, I think, remove some unnecessary duplication. Yeah, and so that would be the remaining housekeeping rules that we have in place or have recommended. We have kind of looked at the fiscal impact statements. We want to make it very clear that the rules implementing HB 2021 do not create fiscal impacts because they're just implementing existing law. But we do want to acknowledge that that law itself is likely to be fairly transformative in the Oregon energy system and does in itself have fiscal impacts and economic impacts on energy facility developers. We also want to acknowledge that there may be some increased cost of compliance from changes to the emission standards and monetary offset rates for existing fossil fuel power plants and other carbon dioxide emitting facilities. But those actual costs would be realized under very limited circumstances because of the limited applicability of the 469-503 standards. As a result, the overall magnitude of impact would be small, and based on analysis of the social cost of carbon would likely be offsetted by reductions in emissions. And again, for the same reasons I mentioned under Agenda Item C, these changes are not expected to affect any small businesses, as small businesses are defined in Oregon law. So we have our rulemaking recommendations, but I want to just focus on the timeline based on the conversation about moving forward with the changes to the emissions standard. The timeline we developed was based on a desired effective date of July 1, 2022, and that is tied to the update of the monetary offset rate. To get that rate in place by July 1, we basically need to issue notice to the legislature before the end of this month. The public notice can wait a little bit longer. but typically we send out notice to everybody at the same time. If the council wanted to wait to do this rulemaking until later, all that means if we didn't send out notice, at least the notice to the legislature before the end of this month, the rules just couldn't be effective probably by July 1. That's not that pressing. There's no legal reason why we have to have them effective July 1. It's just we can't have them effective before July 1 based on the statutory limitation on increases. And then whatever the effective date of the new rules was be determined when you can make the next change to the carbon monetary offset rate. But again, that's limited applicability and limited effect. And if you're in a couple months, you know, there's probably no pressing reason why that monetary offset rate change has to be July 1. But that's the only consideration I would have when you're deciding whether you want to move forward with changes today. Any changes, or if you want to wait to do the notice of proposed rulemaking until we have test data from the 2 reference plants to change the emission standards.
Thank you. Would council, we have comments on deliberate? Any conversation?
This is Hanley. I think we can move forward. We've got quite a bit of time between now and whenever we're going to make a decision. And we have a pretty good record on that issue for most efficient plant. You know, I think we can move forward with this.
Okay, thank you. Others?
This is Kent. I think we can move forward as well. I think we can document and even comparing with the chart that had the blue, red, and what was it, yellow lines, that could be support for it as well. And I think there's a good likelihood there will be some response we get from those other companies that have the generating facilities that we can get the data for. So I think we can move forward.
Okay, thank you. Cindy, Perry, either of you have any comments?
Well, oh, this is Cindy. I guess I'm not, so are we, is the thought that we move forward with the whole thing? I think we're ready to move forward with the offset piece, but I thought we wanted to wait for test data for other parts of rulemaking. And just a question, because we have the authority to raise it by 50% every 2 years, does that require rulemaking every time we do it? Okay. Yeah, I guess
You can do less.
Pardon?
You can do less if you want.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. I don't want to do less, and I'm not sure whether current statutory requirement even fulfills what HB 2021 wanted. So I'm with you guys. Moving forward sounds fine with me.
Okay. Perry, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm prepared to move forward.
Okay, so again, Christopher, you have an unanimous decision of the council.
Need a motion?
Right.
Are we at, is that what this part is like?
Madam Chair, yes. If the council is comfortable with the proposed rules, and I will say that we have heard the caveat that we intend to update the proposed emissions standard based on field test data, and that final value will be provided before the council makes its final decision. And we can make that clear in the notice as well, that there will be, that change is expected. And I think that's fine. And I think you will probably receive comments and may receive comments that there's other more efficient plans out there too. But so yeah, all that said, yeah, if you are ready to make a motion on the proposed rules, I think this would be an appropriate time to do so.
Okay, thank you. Anyone willing to take a stab at it, knowing that we've got some support from Todd and Christopher if we go awry?
Sure. Is it going to be different than the motion that, this is Kent, is it different from the motion that we have in already prepared for us?
Councilmember Howe, unless you would like us to make specific changes to the draft rule language itself, I think we have sufficient direction.
Okay.
Under any of those.
Don't need to nuance any additional language into it. Okay. Well, Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I move the council authorize staff to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking and initiate formal proceedings to adopt rules implementing the new statutory standards for fossil fuel power plants and updating the council's existing carbon dioxide emission standards and associated rules as provided in attachment 2 of the staff report.
Hanley, I'll second.
Thank you, Smith. Thank you, Hanley. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Perry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Kent Howe.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Christopher, well done. That's all I can tell you. It's well done. That's, you do a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for the great discussion today. I really appreciate it.
All right, everyone. It is now, let me make sure I'm not making a mistake. Yes, it is now time for a break. Do you all want to take a 30-minute break and regroup before we resume, or is that too long? What's your pleasure, please?
It's great for Hanley.
Okay.
That
Well, I'm
works
going to
for
go
me.
with that. I think that sounds fantastic. All right, it is 12:47. So I know it's an odd number, but how about we just come back at 12:50 because 12:41. Sorry. Yes. Oh wait, we are really sorry. My math is all bad. Hold on a second. I'm screwing this up. It is 12:47. How about we come back at 1:15 if that is okay with everyone? I'm cheating you out of 2 minutes, apparently.
Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you. See you at 1:15. Thank you, everyone. Agenda item F, I guess I should confirm. Todd, does it look like everyone's back?
I'm still waiting for people to show their screens. I don't yet see Councilmember Jenkins back or Councilmember Condon.
Okay, I'll wait a minute until you tell me go. I know there could be a minute with clocks.
Sorry about my tardiness.
Okay.
Oh, you're not tardy yet. It just clicked.
Chair
We're just
Grell,
trying to make sure.
everyone's back.
Okay, thank you. So again, the time is now 1:16, and I'd like to call the meeting back from recess and continue on with the next agenda item. Agenda item F is bond template language. This is an action item. We have Cicely Fleming, fiscal analyst, to present. Cicely, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Graham, members of the council. For the record, I'm Cicely Fleming, the fiscal analyst for the siding division at ODOE. I just want to apologize. I've had some internet issues this morning, and so I'm logged onto my hotspot, and I'm afraid if I turn on my camera, all of the walls might start crashing down. So I'm just going to leave that off, and Nancy's going to run the slides for me here. So I'm here to provide an overview of the claims process for bonds and letters of credit, follow up on questions previously posed about language in the council's bond template, and to recommend an edit to the template for council consideration. And before I start, I just wanted to take a moment to thank the council with a special shout out to Councilmember Condon. We've talked numerous times over the past couple of years working on this topic, and I really appreciate your time in helping us improve this process to ensure the state is protected in the way this financial assurance is intended. So next slide, please. Through our previous discussions, the question of, in the event that a site certificate holder fails to retire their facility and restore the site according to the terms and conditions of their site certificate, how would we actually go about collecting on a bond or letter of credit? When I started as an administrative assistant for the division a million years ago, I was told that we'd simply show up at an institution and return with a suitcase full of cash 3 days later. And while it's not exactly that simple, as you can see, drawing on a letter of credit is pretty straightforward. The letter of credit and all amendments with the site draft and draw certificate would be presented to the issuing bank, and provided all of the documents in order, the bank is expected to honor that draft within 3 business days. So this process is pretty much that simple. Is there any questions before I move on to the bonds? Okay. For bonds, we would initiate the process by filing a claim with the surety. I reviewed the websites for the insurance companies on the council's approved list and found that most allow online claim filing or have very clear instructions and contact information for doing so. Once a claim is filed, the surety will complete an investigation to determine whether the site certificate holder has complied with the terms of the bond and conditions of the site certificate to validate the claim. Upon validation, the site certificate holder is typically offered the opportunity to pay the sum of the bond directly to avoid negative impacts to their standings. However, if they do not remit payment, then the surety would honor the obligation. It was noted that in the case of letters of credit, the council can expect payment within 3 business days, and similar timelines are not included in the bond template, which is what prompted the changes I'll be recommending for council consideration shortly. Next slide, please. Before I go over that, though, I also wanted to follow up regarding some questions that were asked during the template review in January to clarify the intent and necessity of paragraphs 4 and 5 as shown on this slide. There was concern raised regarding whether the use of the word void in paragraph 5 impacted the requirements of paragraph 4. Specifically, whether the bond could be considered void upon receipt because a final retirement plan had not been approved by the council. Paragraph 4 is needed to establish the requirements a site certificate holder, the principal, must complete to satisfy their obligations of the bond. This paragraph would serve as the basis of an investigation by the surety in the event that a claim is filed. Was the facility retired and the site restored according to the final retirement plan approved by the council under the mandatory conditions of the site certificate? This mandatory condition requires that the site certificate holder submit a proposed retirement plan with their application for termination within 2 years of ceasing construction or operation. Paragraph 5 conditions the obligation to be void only in the event that the site certificate holder has complied with the conditions of paragraph 4, meaning once the facility has been retired and the site has been restored according to the final retirement plan, or in the event that alternate financial assurance is provided to and accepted by the council. This paragraph does not void the obligation due to lack of an approved final retirement plan upon receipt of the bond, as they've not yet complied with the conditions, and the condition itself hasn't required the submittal of the plan. In addition, I just wanted to add, because retirement bonds are performance-based without expiration dates, This is really the only clause that specifies the end of the obligation for the certificate holder. So I hope that answers your questions and provides some clarity on the need and intent here. Does anybody have any questions before I move on? Okay, next slide. So, as I mentioned, with letters of credit, the council can reasonably expect payment within 3 business days, and similar payment timelines are not included in the bond template. And given that rules allow site certificate holders up to 2 years after ceasing construction or operation to submit their application for termination and their proposed retirement plan, in the event that we actually needed to file a claim on these, a significant amount of time could have already passed. So the proposal here is to add language to indicate that the surety would be obligated to pay within 90 days of notification. 90 days is being proposed here to allow time for the surety to complete its investigation and to coordinate payment with the site certificate holder. So that's the only proposed change, just to put some parameters on that to make it at least a little bit more consistent with language in the letters of credit. But of course, I didn't think it would be right to put 3 days on here and only give the surety 3 days to complete an investigation and things like that. So that's all I have for you. I'm happy to ask or answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Cicely?
This is Cindy.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you. Thank you, Cicely, for your work on this. I think it is much improved with this language. I wondered if you had chance or tried to contact any of the sureties just to see how that 90-day provision was received just in conversation.
I did not. I actually thought about that today, and but no, I had not previously done that.
Okay, and just a comment about the process itself. I mean, in my opinion, it seems to be clearly preferable to get letters of credit, to have letters of credit as opposed to the surety bond. Are there other feelings on that or thoughts on that? I realize both are allowed. But
Absolutely. I would agree with you. There seems to be more assurance, I guess, if you will, associated with the letter of credit because there's not an investigation period. It's simply presenting the documents. But that's definitely something the council could consider for future rulemaking.
I just think as we dive deeper as we have over the last year, I think the risk associated with this particularly may need more discussion or may warrant more discussion.
Okay.
Other comments to that?
If I may, for the record, Todd Cornett, I'm sorry, I just saw. Go ahead, Councilmember Jenkins. I'll wait to the end.
No, go ahead, Todd.
Comment. I was just going to indicate that if the broader council wanted, we could include sort of generally bonds and letters of credit on the rulemaking schedule for the next year, and then we can bring that up near the end of the year and see what council's preferences is, if they wanted to include a rulemaking related to bonds and or letters of credit and what specifically that would be. But we could put a placeholder in to kind of ensure that we have that discussion during the council's annual rulemaking prioritization.
Comments on that?
Yeah, this is Hanley. I think that would be good, particularly if we have some experience with 90 days on bonds, but we probably won't have because we haven't had anything that's retired. I do think that we'll get pressure to provide both opportunities just because of the cost between the two. And so just a heads up, if we're thinking of trying to eliminate bonds, I think we'll probably get pressured into trying and keep maintaining those.
Thank you, Hanley. So at this time,
Sorry, Chair Grail, Councilmember Condon had another comment or question.
oh, sorry. Thanks, Hal. Go ahead, Cindy.
Well, I think it's clear I would support that, Todd, your suggestion. And I apologize for somebody using some piece of equipment around, so hopefully you can hear me. And just with respect to Councilperson Jenkins' comment, I guess to me, the bond represents more risk to the state and an opportunity for denial. If the bond instead would require just a certified statement from the department that said the site certificate holder did not comply, that would make it certainly more I guess better. And so there are other things that we could do, but I think the opportunity to investigate and deny when we're sitting there needing to clean up is a risk to me. So just, there you go.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Madam
So
Chair,
this is
this is Ken.
Thank you, Kip. Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and move that the council approve the proposed changes to the bond template for site certificate holders' use in obtaining financial assurance as presented by staff.
This is Cindy. I'll
Thank
second
you.
that motion.
Thank you, Kent. Thank you, Cindy. Any further deliberation? Hearing none. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Hanley Jenkins. Kent Howe.
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Perry Chalktoot.
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Cicely, always nice to see you, hear you. We appreciate your efforts, and I will echo your comments. Cindy, thanks for bringing your experience and knowledge to make this better for us to do our duties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to note we're back on time.
Right on. So our next agenda item is the industry renewable project timelines. This is an information item. And before we get started, Secretary Cornett is going to make a few comments before we introduce Mr. Green and Ms. Brandt. So Todd?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nancy, can you give me control? I wanted to share my screen as well. So while that's happening, first of all, I'll just say thank you to, oh good, there it is, to Max and Diane. We appreciate their appreciate their presentation today. So I think this is another good example where it's a broader context. So I think it's helpful for council to understand, certainly the nuances of our process and our standards and requirements, but also how that fits into the broader context of, the energy sector and a host of things. And so, the presentation will talk about timelines associated with the renewable projects, and that's inclusive of the FSEC process, but not not just the FSEC process. So I think that'll be helpful for council and staff to get a broader understanding of what it takes to create and ultimately operate these facilities. But I wanted to first provide a little context of FSEC jurisdictional renewable energy projects. So I'm going to share my screen really quickly. All right. And is that coming up? not coming up yet. I'm not sure why. So is nobody able to see my screen yet?
See your screen, but it's not showing your content.
There it is.
There it goes.
Yep, that's working now.
So you can see the staff report?
Yes,
Okay.
The table.
needs to be enlarged some.
It looks like it needs to finish loading.
Sorry, I should have practiced this. I'm not actually used to doing the sharing. I don't know why this is not sharing. I'm going to stop, try it again. Okay, so don't know why it's not working. Nancy, can you bring up the staff report for agenda item G? That way, let's continue wasting time. Move control back over to Nancy. Nancy, are you working on that? Okay. Yes. Thank you. Can you increase the size of that, please?
That helps.
Yeah, a little bit more. A little bit more.
Oops, gonna lose the page.
Oh, it must be slow on my end. So is that, can everybody see that, or does it need to be reduced now?
It needs to be reduced or moved up, one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, we'll scroll down because then I'll be able
There
to
you go.
show
Okay.
kind of more of it. So
I can see it now.
yeah, so sorry for the delay on that. First of all, I wanted to indicate that I was probably in a hurry to get the staff report out. So using the template, it includes attachment 1, draft proposed order, and attachment 2, comments. There are no attachments. So that was my error in leaving that in. So I apologize if that resulted in any confusion by anybody. Can you scroll down to show the first table? There, perfect, right there. So the staff report includes 2 tables. The first table is just a roll-up of all of the energy, renewable energy projects. Right there. So far, so you can see that the number of projects in operation, in construction, the ones that were approved, have been approved and are still valid but have not been constructed, and then projects that are terminated or withdrawn. The one thing I didn't include here is any projects that are currently under review. Just to let you know, we have 6 projects currently under review for a total of 1,895 megawatts, or just about 2 gigawatts. So there's a substantial amount of power represented in these projects. So getting down to table number 2, I'm not going to get into any details associated with any of the individual projects, but you can kind of see, what I did here is I created a timeline. Basically, the timeline reflects the kind of conclusion of the council's review in whatever way that happened. And the color coding kind of relates to the status of projects. So the most recent Obsidian that was approved is on top, and then the oldest is on bottom. So Nancy, can you scroll to the bottom, please? And there is a key to the color coding at the bottom. I won't go over that right now, but yeah, if you can just scroll up just a little bit, Nancy. Perfect, right there. So yeah, a little bit more up. Sorry, there's probably a delay. So you can see, we had the first 2 renewable energy projects that were given site certificates and terminated, but those are fairly old ones. I'm going to start with the ones that are in the green highlight and show what this pattern kind of shows. The green reflects the projects that were approved that went into construction under their original approval. And so you can see, at least based upon what this pattern at least reflects to me, is that there was a strong market for wind energy projects, between 2001 and about 2010, because every project that was, approved in that time frame went into construction, within that original approval. So if you can scroll up about half a page, Nancy. Yeah, and so then getting into the late 2000s, the market started to change. And so these colors kind of reflect that change. You have the green, the dark green or the darker green ones are projects that were approved, wind projects that were approved, but received multiple time extensions, did not go into construction within the original timeframes. And then, another example of that is even the Golden Hills project, which fairly recently went into construction, is only constructing about half of what was originally approved. So, there's effectively another half of that project that could be constructed. Along those timelines, you can see the other color patterns. The dark gray are projects that didn't conclude the FSEC process for whatever reason. They withdrew. So there were, a fair number of wind projects that started the process and ultimately withdrew. You have the Helix wind project, and then if you scroll up a little bit, Nancy, and then the Saddle Butte, also kind of within that time frame, projects that ultimately did receive a site certificate, but elected for whatever reason to not build and terminated their site certificates. So, and then Wheat Ridge is one that was a little different, that actually went into construction within the time frames. Scroll up a little bit more right there. And so now we get into the solar. So you have the Boardman facility and the Carty facility. Those were the first 2 solar projects approved by council. Both of those, either one has already received a time extension for beginning construction, and the other is under review right now for extending the beginning construction time frame. So we're already seeing a different pattern with solar than we saw with wind, because at least for the Boardman project, they indicated they didn't have a power purchase agreement, so there was no market for that project. Whereas if you scroll up a little bit, we have the Bake Oven project, and it's been split into a couple. That went into construction relatively soon after approval. Similarly, the Montag Solar, which was an amendment to an existing wind project, that went into construction relatively soon after it was approved as well. And then we have these other projects in blue that have received approval. They're still under their original approval and haven't begun construction, but they're still under their original timeframe. So we're already starting to see a different pattern with solar projects than we saw with wind. So I just wanted to give council a little bit of context of what we've seen, with FSEC jurisdictional projects, so that when Max and Diane are doing their presentation, you can kind of think about that within the broader kind of framework that they're going to provide. So unless you have any questions for me, I took way longer than I expected, so my apologies to Max and Diane on that, and I will turn it over to you.
All right. Thanks, Todd. So Max and Diane, the floor is yours. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Great. Thank you. It's great to be here. And I will admit equal inexperience maybe that Todd expressed in sharing on WebEx platform, but I would be happy to give it a go if I could get the permissions. for sharing my screen. Maybe while I'm working on that, my name is Diane Brandt, and I'm the Oregon Policy Manager with Renewable Northwest. And my colleague Max Green will start us out, and I will be working on figuring out shared screen in the meantime.
Thanks, Diane. Thank you, Todd, for that really helpful context. I was intrigued to see your tables when you first developed and shared them with us, and appreciate your kind of walking through them today. And thank you, of course, to Chair Grail and the Council for welcoming us here today to share some additional context about essentially what needs to happen in addition to an FSEC site certificate in order for an FSEC jurisdictional project to actually come to fruition, and at the same time, identify some of the factors that might cause even a project that holds a site certificate not to advance to construction. First, though, I'm going to start with just a brief introduction to our organization, Renewable Northwest, so you know a little bit more about who we are as an organization. And after that, I'm going to pass the baton to Diane to kick off the substantive portion of our presentation. So at Renewable Northwest, our mission is to decarbonize the region by accelerating the transition to renewable energy. We are a 501c3 advocacy organization, not a trade association, though we are a member-driven organization. So we count in our membership a number of renewable energy developers, related businesses, including environmental consultants, law firms, the folks that you all see on a regular basis in considering site certificates, as well as buyers of renewable energy. And then we also have a number of environmental nonprofits. NRDC is a member, Climate Solutions, and consumer advocates. So the Oregon Citizens Utility Board is an active member as well. So we really see a lot of strength in our diverse membership, and appreciate being a 501c3 that does, we talk to our members, we try to get really high quality information, and come to decisions on our own independently about what the best way forward is in order to achieve that decarbonization mission. And as for geography, we are a regional organization. Diane and I are both based here in Oregon. I'm just outside Portland in Tigard. Our office is in Portland, and Diane is in Corvallis. We have staff in Washington and Montana, and we engage in policy and regulatory work in all 4 states. And speaking of that policy and regulatory work is really our bread and butter. We do a lot of engagement at state utility commissions, probably the Oregon Commission most of all, but also the Washington UTC, the Idaho PUC, the Montana PSC. And a lot of that tends to focus on the sort of central regulatory process for electric utilities of doing integrated resource planning, where the utilities assess their needs and come up with plans for how to meet those needs on a least cost, least risk basis, then flowing through to RFPs, where they actually go out and try to get the resources to meet the needs. And finally, looking for rate recovery for those investments after they've gone through the RFP process. At our organization, we tend to engage less with the rate processes, but the IRPs and the RFPs are a big part of what we do. We also do engage in policy work. We help develop the 100% clean electricity policies currently in place in Oregon and Washington, and have worked on their implementation. We're getting close to done with implementation of the Clean Energy Transformation Act up in Washington, and are just kicking off the HB 2021 implementation process at the Oregon Commission. And we do engage with other policies relevant to renewable energy, such as siting, including FSEC rulemaking. So We appreciated your consideration of some of our suggested edits to the protected areas rules that were discussed earlier today. Then finally, that last bucket that you'll see on this slide here, markets and transmission, is a growing advocacy area with multiple efforts ongoing in the region to try to stand up an organized West-wide electricity market, or possibly even transition to a regional transmission organization. One quick caveat is that we very rarely engage on specific projects. We will only get involved in anything relating to a specific project if there is a likely strong statewide or broader impact. We often try not to even pay too close attention to what's going on with specific projects. Our developer members are competing with one another, and we like to keep a pretty strong arm's length from everything that's going on in that space and work on things at a more kind of systemic or holistic level. So that's kind of what we do, and I'll pass it over to Diane to head into substance.
Great. Thanks, Max. So as mentioned, we're hoping to just give a broad overview of the renewable project timeline, just to give some ideas as to what is really happening outside of the FSEC process that influences how the projects are coming to you, maybe for amendments or extensions. But first, what I'd like to talk about is why there is so much development happening, give you some ideas as to what we're seeing that's driving this. Then we'll dive into the timeline, focusing on some key areas, not the whole thing. There's a lot to cover. And then we'll, of course, have time for questions at the end. But I would like to flag, please feel free to jump in as we're going through the points if you have any questions along the way. So first, some thoughts on why we're seeing so much development right now. Kind of looking at this in different buckets. First, the policy drivers for that we're seeing for development. Of course, House Bill 2021, which you all talked about earlier today, setting some benchmarks for non-emitting electricity in the state. Within that, there is language about preferring in-state builds to see local benefit, economic and so forth, as practicable. So that's also influencing the amount of projects we're seeing in state or in the future. And then also neighboring state policies are also requiring clean energy as well. And a lot of this ties back to climate change mitigation efforts. I mean, we have, before we had these policies in place, and these still exist, the voluntary renewable programs. So this could be PGE's Green Tariff, or, for example, the Blue Sky program at PacifiCorp. And as we're thinking about this, it's worth mentioning that, yes, we're thinking about replacing these emitting generation facilities that serve Oregon customers, but also to recognize that as we're trying to move forward in mitigating climate change impacts, that it means electrification of other sectors. So as there's greater adoption of electric vehicles, or as industry moves more towards electrification, this is going to greatly increase the demand of electricity in the region and in Oregon. And more broadly as well, over the years, we've seen a noticeable decrease in the cost of renewables, making them competitive, and in often cases, the least cost resource in many situations. So that's just a bit of the background, and I'd like to dive now into the timeline. I put together, with input from our members, kind of these different stages that we can put these into buckets, recognizing it's complicated. It probably involves a lot more nuance than what I've captured here on this slide, but I thought this was a great starting point. And we're not going to talk about every piece of this at depth today, as some of these you might be familiar with because they appear in the FSEC process. But there are a couple areas that are really impactful on the projects, especially right now with some current happenings around the world and locally. So we'll stop on those. So first I'll look at this first line right here on the next slide more in depth. So as a developer is thinking about developing a project, we're going to start here at assessing the market and understanding the resource. So, Todd did a great job of showing kind of that the market, how it might have shifted over the years with the wind and the solar. So we're going to be looking at what is the demand, what's the situation on the ground, and then also looking at where can we find the best quality resources. So where is it the sunniest? Of course, that will lead us most likely over to Eastern Oregon, where we've got some great solar potential out there, and then also the windy areas. But we'll also be considering the technical specifications. So what's the slope or pitch of the ground? Is it going to be a difficult place to install things? Are there other considerations that need to be taken into account for the technical aspect of it? And then, of course, the transmission feasibility. How far is this site from a transmission line? What are the cost implications for trying to connect? Is there even space on these lines that we could connect to? So there could be a great site in terms of resource quality and maybe not requiring a whole lot of cost on the technical side of things, but it may be far from transmission connection possibilities, making it less cost competitive. So once you find that site, that takes us to the next step of securing the site control and local consultation. So this could be with private land or even public land. We're seeing some projects that are using pieces of or parts of public lands managed by the Bureau of Land Management. Certainly we see this in other states as well in the Southwest. And it's also worth noting that sometimes these agreements with local landowners, it might be speculative in nature. Sometimes a developer might engage or establish agreements with multiple landowners, but not necessarily end up using all of those leases or agreements to develop in the future. So there's that aspect. And then, of course, starting to talk with the local government, the planning directors, or maybe trying to start thinking of what other considerations they need to take into account as they move forward. And this will change, be site dependent, of course. And then that naturally rolls into starting impact studies and assessments. And of course, all of these are, it's not a discrete, like one ends, the next one begins. It's all kind of ongoing and trying to get things done in the most efficient manner. So impact studies and assessment, environment and wildlife aspect, and cultural resources are part of this, among other aspects that might come up. And then, as Todd mentioned, we're not necessarily going to dive into the FSAC process, but this is where it would typically flow in the timeline when you start putting together all of your requests, your NOIs, and consulting with FSAC staff and getting things together for your application. Next slide. So these are two big areas that we thought it was worth focusing on, because this is typically happening after you see the application. What is happening in the interconnection and transmission space, and then also this big piece of securing offtake. So I'll talk a little bit about the interconnection transmission, and then I'm going to pass it over to Max to talk about the securing offtake piece. So first, when we're talking about interconnection and transmission, we're talking about the process of getting permission and negotiating with the owner and operator of the transmission and distribution lines. So typically PacifiCorp or PGE or even Bonneville Power. So this is a separate process even from negotiating the sale of the electricity that's going to be generated from the facility. And while not unique to Oregon, there is limited availability when we're talking about interconnection. There is a finite amount of space on these transmission lines. And many of these lines are subject to the FERC jurisdiction, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission or Council, sorry, which I'll show you a flow chart on the next slide to talk through that a bit. But in general, the process starts with a request from the, I guess in this case, it would be the applicant. So the developer who's going to be generating the electricity. This would initiate a study process. And this study process would determine all of the different parameters or costs that would go into an interconnection agreement or their transmission rates. So here is a flow chart. And I will mention that this is for large generating facilities, partly because the facilities that you'll be seeing in the FSEC process are these large generating facilities that will be connecting to the transmission versus smaller ones that could connect directly into the distribution system, which doesn't necessarily fall under FERC jurisdiction. And the point in showing this flow chart is more about there are a couple different places where projects can kind of fall off of this interconnection process. So first, these are all, sorry, let me go back to my notes here for a second. So interconnection requests are governed by what we call OATs, or Open Access Transmission Tariffs, which in this case doesn't mean taxes, but it means in how a utility interacts with and charges its rates to the customers. So it's determining the relationship that it will have here between the utility, or the provider of the transmission, and the customer, in this case, the generating facility. So traditionally, this process has been what they call a serial queue process, which means first come, first serve, which has meant that there's been a backlog. The queue just gets backed up, and what we're seeing right now is very true to that. And that is partly because they will study each request on an individual basis to figure out what is needed to accommodate that particular facility on the grid. So this is a very time-consuming process. And as you move through this flow chart, there are different levels of studies that are happening, and at each step or stage, there's the potential for everything to fall off. As I said, so if you see this right, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but the withdraw interconnection request, that is like the first chance for a project to be removed from the queue. But as it moves through these different study processes and reviews, there are other opportunities for it to not progress in the queue. And as it gets further in the queue, the thing to note is that there are penalties for withdrawing from the queue because they've had all these different studies, they've put time into it and for the assessment. And so it could be, that these projects decide at some point there's just too much uncertainty to continue in the interconnection queue, meaning that their cost of remaining in increases as they go forward. So there's actually a move right now to do what they're calling a cluster analysis. So instead of reviewing projects on a case-by-case basis, they're taking them in from geographical areas and studying them all at once to see what can be accommodated. So we're hoping that this will alleviate some of the congestion in the queue. Right now, we've heard that this process can take anywhere from 1 to 3 years to complete, to end up at a interconnection agreement. it's slightly complicated, but hopefully I captured some of the elements that can make it impact the timing of a project.
Diane, can I ask a quick
Yeah,
question? So
please.
where would this happen in the context of an application for site certificate? Would this be initiated before, during, or only after?
Because of the uncertainty aspect of it and that it has cost implications, this would most likely happen after.
Thank you.
But I don't want to say that absolute because there can be nuances. Are there any other questions, or I will hand it over to Max to start talking about the offtake piece, which is very much interconnected with this interconnection process. Great. Thanks, Max. I'll hand it to you.
Yeah, and that's just what I was going to say. And they can sometimes, depending on an applicant's risk tolerance, they can run in parallel. And we're going to see a little bit about kind of how that might work and how the interconnection process can have interplay also with this next step of securing offtake. So this is a topic that's also, I would say, changed some in recent years. It used to be that there were relatively limited paths for offtake of renewable projects, but as renewables have become least cost, least risk resources, we're seeing most procurement happen via formal competitive bidding processes or RFPs. So the council has seen some projects go through that were ended up having PPAs essentially with specific off-takers as part of a voluntary renewable program like a green tariff Diane mentioned earlier. But there's a move now in the most recent utility RFPs to identify even those green tariff or voluntary resources via this formal RFP process. So that's really what we're going to focus on here today. So this formal RFP process is governed by Oregon Public Utility Commission rules, or in the case of other states, the UTC has its own set of competitive procurement rules up in Washington, and currently the Idaho Public Utility Commission requires Idaho Power to conform to the Oregon rules. That's potentially in flux. There's an ongoing docket at the Idaho Commission. Don't need to get into that. But in any event, we do have this pretty regimented approach to competitive procurement. The process can be lengthy. Estimate normal RFP from launch of a proposed RFP to actually accepting bids can often be about a year, and then there's additional analysis to determine which bids a utility selects, and then after that we get into contracting, which I think Diane's going to talk about a little bit later also. So it can be quite a lengthy process, and I think what we really want to highlight and what I'm going to talk about in a couple of examples is that often just to participate in these RFPs, to have a chance of being selected, you have to have not just site control, but also a permit, so a site certificate, or it's the equivalent at the county level, as well as achieving certain transmission and interconnection benchmarks. So in particular, on that interconnection point, you often need to have proceeded through that flow chart enough, not necessarily to have a fully executed interconnection agreement at the time you're selected, but at least to have a study that says this project can interconnect and come online in time to meet the timeline of our RFP. So if we have identified a need in, say, 2024, there needs to be a study coming out of the interconnection process that says, yes, this project can be online by 2024. So that's kind of how some of these things can end up running in parallel. And then there's even kind of a further risk for projects participating in these RFPs in that, you can have a project that's on its face, just sitting by itself, looks like the cheapest project around on a pure like dollars per megawatt hour basis. But utilities make their selections based on portfolio modeling, where they look at how all of the different resources that they have on their systems and all of the different resources that have bid in will interact with one another, and they choose the cheapest portfolio, not the cheapest resource. So it's really challenging, you know, when a project bids into an RFP, it can look great on paper. It just might not end up being the thing that fits best with what the utility determines it you know will meet its needs best on a portfolio basis. And really what all of this is designed to do, why there is this competitive and lengthy process, and why the utilities go through, create these sort of restrictions on what bids need to meet, and then go through this portfolio level modeling process. It's all about minimizing costs and risks to their customers. So that's another thing that is essentially outside of the control of project developers, but that is kind of a central consideration in everything that happens in the regulatory process and these formal RFPs. So on the next slide, we'll start talking about a couple of examples. Let's start with PacifiCorp's 2021 all source RFP. Which saw, it was a huge RFP. It sought a total of about 1,800 megawatts of solar co-located with battery resources and 1,900 megawatts of wind. That's based on their preferred portfolio that came out of their integrated resource plan process. And the preferred portfolio included 500 megawatts of solar co-located with battery resources in Oregon. So, and they did this kind of abstract modeling exercise using proxy resources, so not actual definitive projects. And they said, it looks like on a portfolio-wide basis across our 6-state territory, our customers would be best served by going out and trying to get 500 megawatts of Oregon solar. So in order to participate in the RFP, there was not a firm requirement that bids already have a site certificate in place, but the way they structured the RFP, there was a strong incentive to have to be far along in the permit process, and ideally to have permits complete, including potentially a site certificate. So those percentage figures that you see there on the right are the percent of the total bid score. So, you get 6% of your total bid score is having your permits in place. So it would be potentially challenging then, you would be disadvantaging your project to not have a site certificate already in place by the time you're bidding into an RFP. So we kind of laid out that there are risks. You can have a project that looks cheap on its own, but it's going to be measured on a portfolio basis, and it has to already have that site certificate in place, even to play and compete meaningfully in the RFP. Next slide. In the end, in this particular RFP, the company received approximately 98 Oregon bids. That doesn't necessarily mean 98 completely separate Oregon projects. Different bids can look like different configurations of essentially the same project. And even that 98 number is sort of extrapolated from a report that was produced by what's called an independent evaluator in the regulatory process. So it is fairly approximate, but gives a good idea of how many played. And many were forced out even just by the interconnection process. And this is also a conclusion of the independent evaluator's report. So the reason for that is Diane referenced a move to cluster studies. The company's IRP had sent this strong signal that they wanted a bunch of Oregon solar. So a bunch of Oregon solar projects all put in interconnection requests to be studied together in the cluster study that was ongoing in summer 2020. And essentially when PacifiCorp's transmission function looked at all of those solar projects together in a cluster, they said, we're going to need a ton of expensive and lengthy upgrades in order to accommodate interconnecting all of these projects. So those studies that I referenced said for some of these there would be a 60 or 72 month timeline to complete upgrades, and that didn't meet with the required commercial operation dates that the company included in its RFP. So these bids were excluded essentially just by virtue of getting an interconnection study that said we can't meet your online date. So in the end, the company's final shortlist, the projects they selected in their RFP included just 2 Oregon projects totaling 210 megawatts of solar plus co-located storage, which again was less than half of that 500 megawatt number that their IRP had indicated would be beneficial for their customers. Next slide. And now our second example here is PGE's 2021 all-source RFP, which is ongoing. PGE is seeking about 150 average megawatts of renewable resources. Given the capacity factors of the resources on their preferred portfolio, that's probably about 450 megawatts nameplate of renewables, plus sufficient dispatchable capacity to meet some additional capacity needs. So sort of a question what that dispatchable capacity resource might be. Could be pumped hydro, could be batteries, could be hydro slices, something else. But in any event, they're out there looking for these resources, and they're also going to explore an additional 65 average megawatts of renewables in order to help them meet that 80% emissions reduction requirement by 2030 that's in House Bill 2021. So again, the company's preferred portfolio includes about 160 megawatts of Gorge Wind on the Oregon side, so it'd probably be FSEC jurisdictional projects. And next slide. This is probably a little hard to read on your screens, but you don't need to read the whole thing. The only piece I wanted to highlight there is that the RFP requires permits to be in place by the time of selection to the final shortlist. So in order, again, even to be considered for selection in the RFP, a project has to have a site certificate by the time the RFP is done, which on the next slide is next week. So the site certificate's due by the final shortlist. Originally, that was proposed to be April 5th. There's been a little bit of a schedule adjustment, so the current date for determination of the final shortlist is April 27th. So again, this RFP was launched last year. A project had to be far enough along in the site certificate process to be confident that they would be able to have that site certificate in place by this month in order to participate in the RFP at all. And I think, does that take us back to you, Diane?
Yes, thanks, Max. So after they've gone through all this complicated RFP process, if they are selected, then they would go through a contract negotiation. And so even after all of this, there is the potential to not end up with a contract. And some of this can be attributed to market drivers. Maybe they find that they're not able to get those final permits, or there's some siting barriers, or other things have come up. And I will flag one important market barrier that's happening right now later on. And also just the different aspects of the risk that's there can be a barrier to finally constructing the project. But all of this is really, or I would like to flag that if it's a good project, I have been told that if it's not successful in this first RFP bid, developers might try again for other ways to secure offtake. So this could mean that this would mean that they have to keep their site certificate valid. So even if they haven't secured the offtake with this particular process, they might try again or look for other buyers. So I think Max highlighted this really well, but just the takeaways on this piece is that just to participate, they have to simultaneously pursue site control, permitting, interconnection, transmission, and all of these pieces are complex and risky. And it is increasingly competitive. And so developers are trying to find ways that will give them a competitive edge in this bidding process, which could mean being further along in a permitting process or having something else buttoned up that maybe others haven't. And it's worth remembering that utilities really are selecting projects based on unpredictable future economics. And even selected projects can still fail. So as I mentioned before, there's a lot more to this process, and we aren't going to dive necessarily into it, or we're not going to dive into all of these today, just for sake of time. And also, really, we wanted to highlight the interconnection, transmission, and the offtake pieces, but I would be remiss in not taking this opportunity to talk about materials procurement, partly because it's always had a big impact on projects, especially solar. But right now, in particular, there are some global dynamics that are really impacting projects across the US. So of course, with the pandemic, there have been global supply chain issues that really are impacting developers' abilities to get what they need and materials on site, which can delay start of construction. And there are ongoing tariff investigations, including one that was just initiated about a month ago. So whether it's supply chain issues or other things impacting it, there are changes in prices that can have cost implications, with which, if big enough, could have impacts on existing contracts and just lead to more delays when they're trying to iron those out. So I mentioned ongoing tariff investigations. You might have seen this in the news. A lot of people are calling it the Auxin Solar investigation, but essentially the Commerce Department has opened up an investigation into solar panels coming from 4 Southeast Asian countries, which make up about 80% of the imported solar panels in the United States. As saying that these manufacturers in these countries are actually using Chinese parts that should have a tariff on them, but because it's coming from these 4 countries, they're circumventing this tariff. So this is an ongoing process, but we are already seeing impacts on current projects in development, and it could have continued ripple effects, pretty significant ripple effects on projects and their ability to start construction or even be completed. So since it's Earth Day, we thought we would end with one of the pieces from the most recent IPCC report that came out a little over a month ago. And this was an interesting one because they've come out with an interesting, like, how much solar capacity we'll actually need to do in order to limit ourselves to the Earth to 2C. Excuse me, let me back up. I got lost in that sentence. In order to limit the warming scenario to 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, the report is suggesting that we would need to increase our solar capacity by a factor of 15 by 2050 compared to 2020, and also a 10-fold increase in wind, with 87% phase out of coal, just to stick to that 2-degree scenario. So that makes it, that's a lot of work and a lot of site certificates for everyone involved. But with that, I would like to say thank you for your time, and I hope this information has been useful for you. And if there are any questions, we'd be more than happy to take them. And again, just recognizing the importance of the work that the Council does and FSEC staff in making these projects possible. You're a really important piece of this puzzle of figuring out how do we get to best case scenario for climate change and converting to renewable energy to do that. So with that, I'd open it up for any questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much to both of you. This is Chair Grail. Does anyone have any questions for Max or Diane?
This is Cindy.
Yes, Cindy.
Thank you. And thank you both for being here today. I just have a couple of questions. I'll start with my first one. So Max, I think you started your presentation by mentioning you're not a trade association, you're something different. Can you go a little bit deeper into that? And I'm familiar with trade associations and don't quite see the difference. Do you lobby? What's the, just if you could describe the difference.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So we're designed to be an independent 501c3. It's in our bylaws that our board has to have a majority coming from outside of our developer and for-profit membership. So our board is dominated by our NGO members, and we, there are certain pieces of advocacy we partake in where we try to be extra careful to actually run work product by our for-profit members to make sure that we're being thoughtful and trying to balance their potentially competing commercial interests. But a lot of the work we do entirely in-house, and we report out to our membership. That's, I think, the main difference is the level of independence and staff drivenness of the work that we do.
So if I can follow up on that.
Sure.
So do you have any or make any efforts to communicate with the public where your members are certainly looking for property, securing property? Do you have any of that public participation?
We, again, do not do any work like that on a project specific basis. So we certainly don't, help developers identify landowners or communicate in that way. We're not a grassroots organization. So we don't have individual members to speak of. We do public engagement through, talking to reporters and that sort of thing.
But no, and I wasn't talking about project specific. It was just generally, I mean, clearly you're focused on renewable projects and your membership is. And who we hear a lot from is the public who's impacted by the projects and may not like them. And I'm just wondering what groundwork you might do as an organization, different than a trade organization or trade association, to catch that public perception, input, whatever on the front side, generally, not specifically.
Yeah, sorry, it took me a second to understand. But that is an excellent question. That's actually something that we've been thinking a lot about internally, and we've actually just hired a new position for our organization, a stakeholder outreach manager. Her name is Emily Griffith. She starts on Monday, and that's exactly what her role is going to be, is connecting with all of the affected stakeholders throughout the region, and trying to make sure that we are hearing some of the same things that you're hearing, but ideally before we get to sort of contested proceedings in front of entities like the council, and really trying to do as much consensus building as we can, outside of these kinds of formal proceedings. And to that end, also, Diane has been working hard on a consensus building exercise here in Oregon. The Oregon Smart Siting, can never remember what the C is, Diane.
Collaboration.
Yeah, that's working with Oregon Solutions out of Portland State University, ONDA, NRDC, and some other defenders of wildlife. So yeah, that kind of stakeholder engagement and attempt to identify consensus is increasingly important, and something that we're really trying to put more resources into.
Okay, thank you for that. And I do have some other questions, but yeah, I'll let others.
Okay, does anyone besides Cindy have questions, comments?
Chair Grill, this is Perry Chalku.
Yes, Perry.
I don't have a question, but I got a comment, actually a couple of them. And I think the state of Oregon needs to explore energy generation out on the ocean. Because what we've done is we've made it to where you could see Lake County and Klamath County from space with all the solar projects out here. And the wind energy is super destructive to animals, to birds, bees, bats, anything that flies. Through a little news piece that was sent to us, it showed in another state how destructive the wind energy production can be. And so I would, being a member of a tribe and having a part of my family be here for hundreds of generations, and just in the past few years, seeing Lake County have multiple solar projects, Klamath County have multiple solar projects, and knowing that little energy produced by those projects are utilized in Oregon, that it mostly travels to California. I have to say, as an Oregonian and a member of a tribe, that we need to explore other possibilities, because we're running out of ground to put solar projects on now. And so it's, it kind of affects you when I used to go dig roots out there in Lake County. Now it's all fenced off, and people that live in the surrounding area have to put up with that shine from them solar panels. And it's not like we're talking about one or two, we're talking about 20 plus. And then Klamath County is getting as bad as that. So I just wanted to say that, and I don't mean any offense by it. I'm just speaking by what I know and what I see and what I feel and I hear from my people. And so I just wanted a chance to say that today. And I appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Perry. Other comments? Then Cindy, hearing none, you said you had additional comments?
I do, and I'm not sure either of you can answer this question, but when does securing of property, actually the securing of property happen? And I'll just give you the context for my question is, as things are heating up, as you describe, no pun intended, I guess, with respect to projects, that it seems to me there's some it gets increasingly competitive with limited space to do these projects. And so if a developer goes out to a landowner and says, hey, we want to do this project, we want to secure an agreement with you, and they're not leasing, it's just an agreement that, oh, sure, I'll sign the agreement that I will allow you to do something on my property. There's nothing secured on the developer side. There's no payment being made. Somebody else comes in and talks to the landowner and says, hey, we want to do a property or a development, and your property is included. When does that come to loggerheads? When is the property owner found, or how are those disputes settled? And it seems to me if they secure and start lease payments, that's a pretty firm deal. But before that, it seems really kind of up in the air for the property owner. Do you know when a firm lease for property happens?
That's a good question, and I think that the answer that I have is it depends. I don't think it's something that's set in stone from my understanding of the process, but partly because it can be speculative and pretty far advance of when they're actually going to be developing it. Maybe they're a bit more proactive on the ground than maybe, or they're the first ones there wanting to secure all the good sites. So yeah, I think it's squishy. It's not exactly set in stone from what I understand. That's not a very satisfactory answer, but
Well, it just strikes me that the developers know kind of these timelines. We know the timelines now with a better understanding given your presentation. And the people that are out without much information are the property owners that have the real asset of the property itself. And so that's kind of the foundation of my earlier question is there much outreach for these individual property owners to even know how long the process can take and that it is a more competitive market, and be aware of what you're signing when you sign a document. So, and I realize that's not your deal, but it's the public that comes into us. So,
And essentially, like I said in answer to your earlier question, I do think it's increasingly important. You know, as Diane highlighted from the IPCC report, I think what we're seeing right now is the start of what is likely to be even more applications coming your way, even more projects in development, and you know, not only is it fundamentally important to do that in a you know, just and thoughtful way, but also from a sort of more pragmatic, getting the projects we need built perspective. That's not going to happen if communities are opposed or concerned or unhappy with the projects that are getting developed. So it is not something we have historically done a lot of. I think it is something that we as an organization will probably do more of, trying to talk to communities, help people understand you know, how this process works, things to look out for, things that can benefit them. And kind of just to go back to your question about, you know, the lease payments being like a clear point of delineation. I do understand. I have not worked for a developer. I have not done project development, so my understanding is somewhat abstract. But I think it's fairly common for developers to go out and obtain lease options where there is some initial payment to a property owner in exchange for the right to exercise that option and enter into a lease in the future if they do proceed with development on a site. So there are places like in between the totally squishy handshake that you talked about and the like firm lease with regular payments coming in. And there are ways to navigate that can be potentially beneficial to both counterparties. But I don't know for sure how often that happens. I just know it does happen.
okay, thank you for that. It's just been a curiosity of mine is when does it really the rubber hit the road for the property owner who's allowing it. So, and then I just have one more question, and it relates to how you see, or you and your members see FSAC, and just as I view FSAC's process as pretty tight, with pretty tight timelines and to do the work, this significant amount of work that needs to be done. And how do your members see FSAC's process in terms of, in light of the timeline that you just certainly focused on here today? How do you see FSAC's timeline within that more comprehensive timeline?
that's a great question. I would say increasingly, your assessment of it being pretty tight, I think, is increasingly an observation from what I'm hearing from our members, because of those things that are taking longer after the site certificate issuance. So the offtake, the interconnection, the questions around materials procurement, and finding all the labor and everything, is getting all that done in the 3 years for start of construction. The 3 years works if everything goes right. And so that would be one observation, general observation that I would share for that.
And sorry, I should have, I view the tightness as for staff on
Oh, that too, yeah.
on our part to review and kind of get back to people. And if I'm not mistaken, once that site certificate is issued, the timeline can be extended with an amendment, you know. So hopefully that provides some flexibility to get that work done.
Yeah, I think the amendment does, although I would defer to staff on the, if that adds extra work for them. You know, from the applicant standpoint, I think it does add extra work and cost. I don't know if it's similar for staff when they have to review an amendment, but yeah, no, I definitely appreciate the tight timeline for the staff and the amount of work that they have to do for these applications.
Okay, thank you. Again, thanks for being here today.
Great. Are there any other questions, comments?
Chair Grail, if I may, I just wanted to let all the comments play out. So Councilmember Chalk-Tooth brought up one question about offshore energy. And so I just want to provide a little bit of comment about that. Thought somebody else might talk about that, but since they didn't, I'll bring it up. So just to be clear, anything offshore is not FSEC jurisdictional. And that's why we typically don't have conversations about those types of facilities. Not that there haven't been any yet, or beyond demonstration facilities, but there is currently some big evaluations going on between the state of Oregon, the state of California, and the federal government for some pretty significant offshore wind in the future. There's certainly a desire, I think, by all parties that I just mentioned to have that. And if it's beyond 3 miles offshore, it would be federal jurisdiction. If it's within 3 miles, it's state jurisdiction, but that is the Department of State Lands and not FSEC. So where that might trigger some connectivity to FSEC is if you did see a large wind energy facility offshore, likely that would also result in a pretty significant transmission line to get that to the power grid. And that transmission line would very likely be our jurisdiction unless there's some change in state or federal policy right now. It would likely be our jurisdiction, but that would be the limit to our jurisdiction. But, Max and Diane talked about sort of we're likely to see, a lot of new, future projects. The forecasting that we're looking at, we're seeing the same thing. That's in addition to the potentially big offshore wind projects. So I think it's at least in the forecast to try to, get into 100% renewable or as close as we can. It will include all of those elements and not just either offshore or onshore. It'll be a combination of those two. I know it's pretty generic, but if council members want any more information on the work that's being done on offshore wind, the Department of Energy is certainly part of that, not us within the siting division, but other parts of the Department of Energy are participating in that, and we can certainly provide you some updates on that if you're interested.
Thanks, Todd.
I'd quickly just add to that Oregon State University is, by next year, I understand, we'll have a wave energy test facility up and running off about 7 miles off the coast of Newport.
Thank you, Patrick. Any other comments? Other questions? Well, then again, I'll say thank you to Max and Diane for joining us today, and we appreciate the information. It was thorough and extremely helpful. That will transition us to our last agenda item, which is agenda item H, the West End Solar Energy Project Hearing Officer appointment. This is an action item, and we have Kellen Tardyweather, Odo Senior Siting Analyst, to walk us through this item. Kellen, you're up.
Madam Chair, we've got Chase is stepping in for Kellen, who was unable to be here today. So Chase McVeigh Walker will be doing this presentation instead.
Oh, right on. Hi, Chase.
Maybe you're doing it, Todd.
If need be. Oh, there we go.
There he is. I'm here now.
Okay.
Now I'm a panelist. I was an attendee. Let me put my hand down now. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining us, and thanks for stepping up to handle this agenda item for us.
No problem. Okay. I can figure this out. Okay, well, share my screen. Okay, well, can everyone hear me, first of all? And
Yes.
are you able to see my slide screen?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll get started. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Howe, and members of the council. For the record, my name is Chase McVeigh Walker, Senior Siting Analyst at the Oregon Department of Energy. Item H this afternoon is a request to appoint a hearing officer for the proposed West End Solar Energy Facility project. Oh, let me see. Oh, okay, I think this is good. The agenda item will be rather brief and administrative, as my presentation consists of only a few slides. With that being said, feel free to stop me at any point for questions on this agenda item, and I can do the best of my ability to answer them. The appointment of a hearing officer does require council action, as Chair Grail stated. So following my presentation, we will need to have a motion and a vote on it. The West End Solar Energy Project is a proposed 50 megawatt solar photovoltaic energy generation facility to be located in Umatilla County, 2 miles southeast of the city of Hermiston, within a site boundary of approximately 324 acres of exclusive farm use zoned land. Additionally, as proposed, there's going to be up to 70 megawatts of energy storage as part of this facility. In a little brief procedural history, the department received a request for expedited review from the applicant on December 11th, 2020, and then received the preliminary application for site certificate in November of 2021. The department then issued an expedited review project order on February 10th, 2022, and is currently reviewing the PASC, or preliminary application for site certificate, for completeness. Following the completeness review, the department will issue the draft proposed order and hold a public hearing on the DPO, or draft proposed order, which it anticipates to occur in 2022. The DPO public hearing will require a hearing officer to run the hearing. And this is a map, locational map for the proposed West End Solar Energy Project. And if you can see my cursor, which is a tiny white arrow, right in the middle is a purple box, and that is the proposed location of this energy facility, approximately 2 miles southeast of the city of Hermiston. The Oregon Office of Administrative Hearings, or OAH, provides an independent and impartial forum for citizens and businesses to dispute state agency actions. And it also employs 65 professional administrative law judges, or ALJs, that are utilized by approximately 70 state agencies. However, ODO and FSEC are not legally required to utilize OAH ALJs. Since 2017, however, FSEC has exclusively used OAH ALJs as hearing officers. In the list following the last bullet on this slide below shows the last 7 projects that have featured an OAH ALJ. The department has coordinated with our counterparts at OAH for a recommendation of a hearing officer for the West End Solar Energy Project. OAH has recommended Administrative Law Judge Miss Allison Green Webster to be appointed as the hearing officer for the West End Solar Energy Project. The staff report for this agenda item H, provides a short bio on ALJ Green Webster and includes some of her relevant history, including her current and previous FSEC appointments. Most recently, Ms. Green Webster served as the hearings officer for the Boardman Solar Energy Facility proceedings, which occurred in 2017 and 2018. And she is currently serving as the hearing officer presiding over the contested case proceedings for the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. Additionally, Ms. Green Webster also presides over hearings for the City of Portland Fire and Police Disability and Retirement Fund. She has been a presenter at administrative law conferences and the Oregon DUII Multidisciplinary Impaired Driving Training Conference. She is a trainer and peer reviewer for other administrative law judges and has a bachelor's degree in communications from UCLA. She received her JD from Loyola Law School in Los Angeles. Prior to joining the Oregon Office of Administrative Hearings, Ms. Green Webster worked as staff attorney for the Oregon Workers' Compensation Board. Before that, she spent several years in private practice in both Oregon and California. Ms. Green Webster is a member of the Oregon State Bar and the State Bar of California. And that leads me to staff's recommendation. And staff's recommendation to council this afternoon is to appoint ALJ Green Webster, or Allison Green Webster, as the hearing officer for the West End Solar Energy Project. And if you have any further questions, I'd be happy to field them at this point, or any questions, period. I'd be happy to field them at this point. And if not,
Thank you, Chase.
hand it over to Chase. No worries.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Chase?
Madam Chair, this is Kent. I'll move the council appoint Administrative Law Judge Allison Green Webster from the Oregon Office of Administrative Hearings as the hearing officer for the proceedings for the West End Solar Project as recommended by staff.
Thank you, Kent. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Henley Jenkins,
Yes.
Perry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Chase, thank you for handling that, presenting, and we appreciate your assistance. That is our last agenda item. And are there any further things that, Mr. Secretary, you need to communicate to council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. One follow-up item. So, so Chris reminded me that we already actually do have a bond letter of credit rulemaking agenda item, or rather rulemaking project on the list for the future. And so That's already on there. Chris has made note of the specifically looking at the question, or at least bringing up the question of, being specific about allowing letters of credit and not bonds. So we will include that in that rulemaking project, at least from an initial scoping question to bring to council. So just want to let you know that it was on the list, and we've clarified it to make sure that it includes the item that we discussed today.
Thank you.
Chair Grill, I've just got a comment to make. Thank you for that. And Todd, just kind of based on a conversation that you and I had, if I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but if we could just note also a review of the estimated cost for returning the site to usable condition after closure. We could add that to the discussion on the amount of the bond and letter of credit.
Yes, we absolutely can. And I think so. Right now, the ability to have a bond or letter of credit is in rule. So that's where we would need to do rulemaking if we wanted to make any changes to that. The reevaluation of the amount of a bond or letter of credit throughout the life of a facility is not actually explicitly required or not required in rule. So that could be done, at least as my estimation currently, without rulemaking. But it also, because that would be a change in practice by council, that certainly would be legitimate to evaluate in rulemaking as well.
Okay, given that, I guess then if we can discuss it before rulemaking, I think that's an area that deserves discussion. And if we can change it without rulemaking and choose to do so, I think that'd be good.
Yeah, and we can certainly bring back, we've fallen off a little bit because we've been pretty busy, but for a few council meetings at least, we were bringing up, the land use standard or the financial assurance standard. We can bring that standard back up as an information item to discuss that point, if you'd like to evaluate that question. So just to make sure that I'm clear, because I may have been a little bit vague when I said that, we currently, the practice has been when a financial instrument is required, whether it's a bond or letter of credit, that has to be submitted prior to the beginning of construction. And that's then, required through the life of the facility. But currently, we only require that gets updated annually for inflation. We don't reevaluate the base costs and whether those were, there's been changes since then. So, I don't believe that is limited, that we couldn't do that. It's just nothing that we've ever done for a project. So whether council wants to review, the base costs, if there's been changes to, labor or hiring of equipment, on some sort of a frequent basis, 3-year, 5-year, some other time frame, I believe the council could already require that as a condition of approval. It's just that they haven't done that previously. So anyway, I think that's something that we can explore a little more, bring up to council as an information item, and then you can evaluate that and see where you'd like us to go.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else from anyone? Well, then I would like to say thank you to staff, our guests, and of course, council members for getting through this meeting. There's a lot of information that I think our conversation, I hope that the developers and the public appreciated the dialogue that we all shared today. Hope everyone has a great weekend. And the time is now 2:55 and the April 22nd, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing y'all in May.
Yes.
Yay.
See you guys.
Person, maybe. Thanks.